Welcome, gentle wanderer of the spirit realm, to the complete chronicle of the air nomads, the most spiritual of all nations, whose wisdom transcended the boundaries between physical and ethereal worlds. Tonight, we explore the extraordinary legacy of those who danced with wind and clouds, who chose enlightenment over earthly possessions, and whose philosophy of balance and compassion would echo through the ages long after their temples fell silent. This is a tale of spiritual mastery and tragic loss, of ancient wisdom preserved through dedication, and of miraculous rebirth that proved some truths are too powerful for even genocide to destroy completely. So settle into peaceful stillness. Let your breathing match the gentle rhythm of mountain winds, and allow your consciousness to drift as we traverse the millennia together, discovering how a people who owned nothing came to possess everything that truly mattered in the endless dance between heaven and earth. In the era before nations bore names and borders existed only as lines drawn by geography rather than politics, when the world was younger and the barrier between physical and spiritual realms remained permeable to those who possessed sufficient wisdom to cross between them, there lived upon the shells of great lion turtles a people who would become the ancestors of the most spiritually enlightened civilization the world would ever know. These early humans had requested from their benevolent protectors not the fierce flames that could consume forests, not the solid earth that could build fortresses, not the flowing water that could carve canyons, but the invisible air that connected all living things through the simple act of breathing, the element that could not be grasped or hoarded or wielded as a weapon against others without violating its essential nature as the medium of life itself. Unlike the inhabitants of other lion turtle cities, who ventured into the spirit wilds with weapons drawn and hearts hardened against forces they did not understand, these proto-air nomads approached the realm of spirits with curiosity rather than conquest, with reverence rather than dominance, with the understanding that true strength came not from imposing one's will upon the world, but from finding harmony with currents that had flowed since the beginning of time. They walked among spirits as equals rather than intruders, offering respect rather than demanding submission, learning rather than teaching, receiving rather than taking. This fundamental difference in approach would shape not only their relationship with the supernatural realm, but their entire philosophy of existence, creating foundations for a society that would value spiritual growth over material accumulation, wisdom over power, balance over victory. The airbending that they received from the lion turtles was never intended as a tool for warfare or a means of establishing dominance over other peoples, but rather as an extension of their natural inclination toward harmony and understanding. The element of air responded to their touch because they approached it with the same reverence they showed to spirits, the same humility they brought to all their interactions with forces greater than themselves. Their bending was gentle where others might be forceful, flowing where others might be rigid, adaptive where others might be stubborn. They learned to move with the wind rather than against it, to find strength in yielding, to discover power in the spaces between actions rather than in the actions themselves. As these early airbenders developed their abilities during their periodic journeys into the spirit wilds, they began to understand that their element carried philosophical implications that extended far beyond simple manipulation of atmospheric pressure and air currents. The invisible nature of air taught them about the importance of things that could not be seen but were essential for life. The way air moved around obstacles rather than through them showed them alternative approaches to problems that seemed insurmountable through direct confrontation. The manner in which air connected all breathing creatures demonstrated the fundamental interconnectedness of existence that would become central to their spiritual teachings. Most importantly, the fact that air could not be permanently captured or contained revealed truths about attachment and the futility of trying to possess things whose nature was to be free. The spirits with whom they coexisted during these expeditions recognized in these humans something different from the fear and hostility that characterized most mortal interactions with the supernatural realm. Where other humans sought to drive spirits away or bend them to human purposes, the ancestors of the air nomads approached spiritual beings with genuine curiosity about their nature and role in the great web of existence. They offered gifts rather than making demands, asked questions rather than issuing commands, sought to understand rather than to control. This attitude created relationships of mutual respect that would influence air nomad culture for thousands of years, establishing patterns of spiritual interaction that would make them the most spiritually attuned of all human societies. The harmony between these early airbenders and the spirit world was not merely a matter of peaceful coexistence, but represented a fundamental understanding of reality that transcended the limited perspective of purely physical existence. They recognized that the material world was only one layer of a much more complex and interconnected cosmos, that spiritual forces influenced physical events in ways that were subtle but profound, that true wisdom required awareness of both seen and unseen dimensions of reality. This recognition led them to develop practices and beliefs that honored both aspects of existence, creating integration between spiritual and material concerns that other cultures struggled to achieve. Through their more compartmentalized approaches to religion and daily life. When the time came for Avatar 1 to close the spirit portals and create permanent separation between the physical and spiritual realms, these airbending communities faced a choice that would define their future as a people. They could remain on the lion turtle cities, accepting the relative safety and comfort of continuing under the protection of these ancient beings while gradually losing their connection to the spiritual practices that had given their lives meaning. Or they could venture into the wider world, seeking locations where they could maintain the spiritual disciplines and philosophical approaches that had become central to their identity, even if this meant accepting greater risks and uncertainties than the protected life aboard the lion turtles could provide. The decision to leave their ancestral homes was not made lightly or without extensive contemplation and discussion among their spiritual leaders and community elders. They understood that departing from the lion turtles meant accepting full responsibility for their own survival and protection, that they would need to find new ways to sustain themselves and their communities without the guidance and support that these ancient beings had provided throughout their history. But they also recognized that remaining would mean gradually abandoning the spiritual practices and philosophical principles that had made them who they were, allowing convenience and security to replace the challenging but essential work of spiritual growth and development that required engagement with forces beyond comfortable familiarity. The Great Migration that followed was unlike any other movement of peoples in human history, motivated not by conquest or resource scarcity or political conflict, but by spiritual necessity, by the understanding that their souls required certain conditions to flourish, and that these conditions could only be maintained in places where the barrier between physical and spiritual worlds remained thin enough to cross through. Dedicated practice and sincere commitment. They sought not fertile lands or strategic positions or mineral wealth, but locations where meditation would bring them closer to universal truths, where the air itself carried spiritual energy that could nourish their inner development, where the natural beauty and isolation would support the kind of contemplative life they had chosen as their path toward enlightenment. The 4 locations they eventually selected for their temples represented the most remote and spiritually significant places they could find, sites where the natural world itself seemed to invite contemplation and spiritual growth. The Northern Air Temple was built high in the mountains of the Earth Kingdom, its spires reaching towards sky that seemed infinite in its vastness, while its foundations rested upon peaks that had witnessed the passage of geological ages without being diminished or changed by human ambition or conflict. The Eastern Air Temple was established on an island sanctuary where the rhythm of ocean waves provided constant reminder of the natural cycles that governed all existence, where the isolation from mainland politics allowed for undisturbed spiritual practice. The Western Air Temple represented perhaps their most audacious architectural achievement, carved into cliff faces and hanging suspended over valleys so deep that clouds formed below its lowest chambers, accessible only by air and therefore secure from the kinds of earthbound conflicts that might disrupt spiritual development. This temple's upside-down construction challenged conventional thinking about how buildings should relate to the earth, demonstrating in stone and wood the air nomad principle that wisdom often required abandoning assumptions and approaching familiar problems from completely different perspectives that revealed possibilities invisible from ground level. The Southern Air Temple became their crown jewel, built on an island paradise, where tropical breezes carried the scents of exotic flowers, while providing ideal conditions for the flying lemurs and sky bison, whose partnership would become central to air nomad culture. This temple's location allowed for the most diverse ecosystem of any air nomad settlement, supporting not only human spiritual development but creating sanctuary for creatures whose natural abilities embodied the airbending principles of freedom, mobility, and harmony with natural forces that the air nomads sought to cultivate within themselves through disciplined practice and philosophical study. Each temple was designed not merely as a place of residence, but as a living embodiment of air nomad philosophy, its architecture reflecting their understanding of how physical environment could support or hinder spiritual development. The buildings incorporated natural air currents to create spaces where breathing became meditation, where the simple act of walking through corridors required attention to balance and movement that transformed routine activities into opportunities for mindful awareness. Windows were placed to frame views that inspired contemplation, while courtyards provided spaces where sky bison could land and young airbenders could practice their skills without endangering themselves or others through inexperienced manipulation of powerful forces. The establishment of these temples marked the true beginning of air nomad civilization as a distinct culture with its own traditions, practices, and approaches to the fundamental questions of existence that all human societies must address. But unlike other nations that would develop around the need for defense, resource extraction, or territorial expansion, the air nomads organized themselves around the requirements of spiritual growth and the preservation of wisdom that they believed was essential for maintaining balance in the world. Their society was structured not by hereditary privilege or accumulated wealth, but by spiritual achievement and the demonstration of qualities that contributed to community welfare and individual enlightenment. The unique phenomenon that would distinguish air nomads from all other peoples gradually became apparent as their communities developed and their spiritual practices deepened across generations of dedicated commitment to their chosen path. Every child born to air nomad parents possessed the ability to bend air, a gift that other nations could never claim for their entire populations. This universal bending ability was not the result of genetic superiority or magical intervention, but rather reflected the extraordinary level of spiritual development that air nomad culture had achieved, the depth of connection between their people, and the natural forces that governed their element. The spiritual practices that produced this remarkable phenomenon were intensive and comprehensive, involving not only meditation and breathing exercises, but complete integration of philosophical principles into every aspect of daily life. Children were raised from birth to understand their connection to all living things, to approach problems with patience and creativity rather than force, to value cooperation over competition, to find joy in simple pleasures rather than seeking happiness through accumulation of material possessions. This holistic approach to education and spiritual development created individuals whose entire being was aligned with the natural harmony that airbending required, making elemental mastery not an addition to their identity, but an expression of who they were at the deepest level. The relationship between air nomads and their animal companions began during these early centuries of temple development, as the communities encountered sky bison and flying lemurs, whose natural abilities seemed to embody the principles that air nomad philosophy sought to cultivate. The sky bison, massive creatures whose gentle nature belied their enormous size and strength, demonstrated mastery of airbending that exceeded anything humans could achieve through technique alone. Their ability to fly was not learned but innate, not practiced but expressed, showing air nomads what their own bending could become if they approached it with the same unconscious harmony that these creatures brought to their relationship with their element. The partnerships that developed between individual air nomads and sky bison were unlike any other human-animal relationships in the world, transcending simple domestication or training to become spiritual bonds that connected consciousness across species boundaries. Young air nomads would choose their bison companions, not through rational evaluation of the animal's capabilities, but through intuitive recognition of compatibility that operated on levels deeper than conscious thought. The relationships that resulted were partnerships of equals rather than arrangements where humans dominated animals, creating connections that would influence both species throughout their shared lifetimes. The flying lemurs brought different gifts to air nomad communities, their playful nature and aerial acrobatics providing constant reminders that spiritual development did not require abandoning joy or becoming solemn in pursuit of enlightenment. These smaller creatures demonstrated how freedom and responsibility could coexist, how individual expression could flourish within community structures, how wisdom could be transmitted through play as effectively as through formal instruction. Their presence in the temples created an atmosphere of lightness and humor that prevented air nomad culture from becoming too serious or rigid in its pursuit of spiritual perfection. As generations passed and air nomad culture matured, the four temples developed their own distinctive characteristics while maintaining shared commitment to the fundamental principles that defined their people. The Northern Air Temple became known for its scholarly pursuits and preservation of ancient knowledge, its libraries containing texts and teachings that would influence philosophy throughout the four nations for thousands of years. The Eastern Air Temple specialized in spiritual practices and meditation techniques, developing methods for achieving states of consciousness that bridged the gap between individual awareness and universal understanding. The Western Air Temple became renowned for its innovative approaches to both architecture and airbending, its masters pushing the boundaries of what was considered possible in both physical construction and elemental manipulation. The Southern Air Temple maintained focus on the integration of spiritual principles with daily life, creating models for how enlightened consciousness could be expressed through practical activities and community relationships rather than requiring withdrawal from worldly engagement. Despite these regional specializations, all four temples remained connected through shared traditions and regular exchange of students, teachers, and ideas that prevented any single community from becoming isolated or developing approaches that diverged too far from core air nomad principles. The nomadic lifestyle that gave the air nomads their name was not merely a matter of wandering aimlessly, but represented systematic cultivation of perspectives that could only be gained through exposure to different environments, different challenges, and different approaches to the universal human quest for meaning and fulfillment. The migration patterns that developed among air nomads served multiple purposes beyond simple variety and adventure, creating networks of communication and cultural exchange that kept their entire civilization connected, despite the vast distances that separated their temples. Monks and nuns would spend months or years at different temples, learning specialized techniques and contributing their own insights to the accumulated wisdom that each community preserved and developed. These exchanges ensured that innovations and discoveries made at one temple would eventually influence practices at all 4 locations, creating unity of purpose and approach that strengthened air nomad culture as a whole. The seasonal movements between temples also maintained connections with the natural world that urban civilizations often lost, keeping air nomads aware of weather patterns, animal migrations, and ecological changes that affected the entire planet. Their travels made them repositories of knowledge about environmental conditions across vast geographic regions, information that proved valuable not only to their own communities, but to other peoples who benefited from air nomad observations and insights during their journeys between temples and their interactions with other nations during these travels. As the era of Rava concluded and the world entered the age when nations would develop distinct identities and political structures, the air nomads had established foundations for a civilization that would endure for thousands of years, creating models for human spiritual development that would influence countless individuals even after their temples fell silent, and their voices were no longer heard among the peaks and islands, where they had sought and found the wisdom that transcended individual existence to touch the eternal, truths that governed all life throughout the cosmos. Among the countless souls who walked the path of spiritual enlightenment within the sacred halls of the air temples, few achieved the transcendent understanding that separated the merely accomplished from the truly extraordinary, yet none surpassed the legendary figure whose very name became synonymous with the ultimate expression of airbending mastery and philosophical wisdom that defined the highest aspirations of air nomad culture. Guru Lagima of the Northern Air Temple represented the pinnacle of what human consciousness could achieve when freed from the limitations that bound most souls to earthbound concerns and material attachments. His life serving as both inspiration and challenge to every subsequent generation of air nomads who sought to follow the path he had blazed through realms of understanding that most people could barely imagine existed. Born during the early centuries of air nomad civilization, when the temples were still establishing the traditions and practices that would guide their people for millennia, Lagima displayed from childhood an intuitive grasp of airbending principles that exceeded anything his teachers had previously encountered. Where other young students struggled to move leaves or create gentle breezes through conscious effort and deliberate technique, Lagima seemed to breathe with the wind itself, his every movement creating currents and pressures that responded to intentions he had not yet learned to articulate consciously. His early training sessions became studies in natural harmony that challenged established approaches to elemental instruction, forcing his masters to reconsider assumptions about how airbending could be taught and learned. The philosophical questions that occupied Lagima's thoughts during his formative years reflected the profound depth of understanding that would eventually enable his unprecedented achievements in both spiritual and elemental mastery. While his contemporaries focused on practical applications of their abilities, asking how they could become more skilled or effective in their bending, Lagima contemplated the nature of air itself, the relationship between consciousness and element, the meaning of freedom, and the sources of limitation that prevented most people from achieving their full potential. These inquiries led him toward insights that would revolutionize air nomad understanding of what bending could become when approached, not as technique to be mastered, but as expression of fundamental truths about existence itself. The early demonstrations of Lagimar's exceptional abilities were subtle enough that their significance was not immediately apparent to observers who lacked the sophisticated understanding necessary to recognize revolutionary developments in their nascent stages. His air scooters moved with perfect stability across surfaces that should have created turbulence. His gliding techniques allowed him to remain airborne far longer than aerodynamics suggested possible. His breathing exercises enabled meditation states that seemed to transcend normal consciousness, while maintaining perfect awareness of his surroundings. These achievements were impressive but not unprecedented, falling within the range of what exceptionally gifted students might accomplish through dedicated practice and natural talent. But as Lagima matured, and his understanding deepened through years of intensive study and contemplation, his abilities began to manifest in ways that challenged fundamental assumptions about the limitations that governed airbending, and indeed all forms of elemental manipulation. His movements became so perfectly synchronized with natural air currents that distinguishing between his conscious intentions and the wind's natural behavior became impossible, creating illusions that he was not directing air but rather being directed by it, not imposing his will upon his element, but rather surrendering his individual consciousness to forces that operated according to principles beyond personal desire or ego-driven ambition. The poetry that Lagima composed during his middle years reflected the philosophical evolution that was occurring within his consciousness as he progressed toward the ultimate achievement that would make his name immortal throughout the Four Nations. His verses explored themes of attachment and freedom, examining the subtle ways that desires and fears created invisible chains that bound human consciousness to patterns of thought and behavior that prevented access to the unlimited potential that was every soul's birthright. The language he employed was deceptively simple, using everyday imagery and common experiences to illuminate profound truths that readers could grasp intellectually, while requiring years or decades of dedicated practice to understand experientially. The students who gathered around Lagima during this period of his life reported experiences in his presence that challenged their understanding of what was possible within normal human relationships and educational interactions. His teaching sessions took place not in formal classrooms, but in gardens and courtyards where the natural movement of air could serve as constant reminder of the principles he sought to transmit through words and demonstration. He would speak of detachment while surrounded by the beauty of flowers and fountains, discussing the illusion of permanence while seated beneath trees whose leaves danced in breezes that seemed to respond to the rhythm of his breathing and the cadence of his voice. The meditation techniques that Lagima developed and taught to his most dedicated students pushed the boundaries of what air nomad spiritual practices had previously encompassed, requiring practitioners to release not only obvious attachments to material possessions and social status, but subtle forms of spiritual pride and philosophical certainty that could become obstacles to continued growth. His methods demanded complete honesty about motivations and intentions, ruthless examination of the ways that even the most sincere spiritual seekers could use their practices to reinforce rather than dissolve the ego structures that created separation between individual consciousness and universal awareness. The gradual preparation for his ultimate achievement took place over decades of increasingly intensive spiritual discipline that required Lagima to examine and release every form of attachment that bound his consciousness to earthbound concerns and limitations. He divested himself not only of material possessions, but of emotional investments in particular outcomes, not only of personal relationships, but of identification with his individual history and accomplishments, not only of physical comforts, but of psychological preferences and habitual patterns of thought that created continuity between past and future at the expense of complete presence in each eternal moment. The night when Lagima first achieved sustained flight without any external support or mechanical assistance was witnessed by only a handful of his most advanced students, their testimony preserved in texts that would become sacred scriptures for generations of air nomads who studied his teachings, while knowing that few, if any, would ever approach the level of mastery he had demonstrated. The accounts describe not dramatic ascension or supernatural display, but rather simple release, as natural as exhalation, as inevitable as sunrise, the manifestation of principles that had been developing within his consciousness for years while remaining invisible to external observation, until the moment when internal achievement could no longer be contained within ordinary expressions of human capability. The flight itself was described as perfectly effortless, without the conscious direction of air currents that characterized even the most advanced conventional airbending techniques. Lagima simply ceased to be bound by gravitational forces that governed other physical bodies, his form becoming as weightless as the element he had mastered, not through technique, but through understanding that transcended the dualistic thinking which separated bender from element, individual from universal, temporary from eternal. He moved through air as naturally as walking on solid ground, his trajectory determined not by muscular effort or conscious navigation, but by intention that operated on levels deeper than thought, by will that had been purified of personal desire and aligned with cosmic forces that sustained all existence. The 40 years that followed Lagima's achievement of flight were marked by teachings that influenced not only air nomad philosophy but spiritual understanding throughout the four nations, his insights reaching audiences far beyond the mountain peaks where he had attained enlightenment. His presence during this final period of his life was said to create an atmosphere of profound peace that transcended normal social interactions, conversations in his company becoming opportunities for insights that participants could not achieve through individual effort or conventional study. He remained accessible to students and visitors while clearly inhabiting states of consciousness that were beyond ordinary human experience, bridging the gap between earthbound and transcendent awareness through compassionate engagement with all who sought his guidance. The writings that emerged from this period reflected Lagima's mature understanding of how spiritual principles could be communicated to people at various levels of development without compromising their essential truth or reducing them to mere intellectual concepts. His approach to teaching involved multiple layers of meaning that revealed themselves gradually as students developed the experiential understanding necessary to grasp increasingly subtle dimensions of his instructions. Beginning practitioners could find practical guidance for improving their meditation and bending techniques, while advanced students discovered philosophical frameworks that supported continued growth throughout lifetimes of dedicated practice. The influence of Lagima's poetry and philosophical works extended far beyond air nomad communities, reaching scholars and spiritual seekers in Earth Kingdom cities, water tribe settlements, and even Fire Nation territories where his insights were preserved and studied by people whose cultural backgrounds were completely different from the monastic traditions that had shaped his development. His writings demonstrated that profound spiritual truths were universal rather than culturally specific, that wisdom achieved through air nomad practices could illuminate paths toward enlightenment for anyone willing to undertake the necessary work of self-examination and attachment release, regardless of their elemental abilities or national origins. The systematic exploration of consciousness that Lagima undertook during his years of flight produced detailed maps of internal landscapes that most people never suspected existed within their own awareness. His descriptions of meditation, states, and spiritual experiences provided guidance for practitioners who sought to navigate these territories safely and effectively, while his analysis of the obstacles and pitfalls that awaited unwary explorers helped prevent the kind of spiritual bypassing and false enlightenment that could derail sincere seekers who mistook preliminary achievements for ultimate realization. The relationship between spiritual development and elemental mastery that Lagima's life exemplified became central to Air Nomad understanding of what their bending practices were ultimately intended to achieve. His example showed that airbending techniques were not ends in themselves, but rather means for cultivating the kind of consciousness that could transcend all limitations, that the physical manipulation of air currents was merely the outer expression of inner transformation that could eventually render such techniques unnecessary. The highest levels of airbending mastery involve not more sophisticated control of one's element, but complete dissolution of the barriers that created separation between bender and element, individual and universal. The meditation halls that were constructed at the Northern Air Temple in honor of Lagima's achievements became centers for the most advanced spiritual training available anywhere in the world. Their architecture designed to support the kind of intensive practice that his teachings required while providing sanctuary for students who dedicated their entire lives to following the path he had pioneered. The curriculum developed around his methods produced generations of Air Nomad masters whose understanding of spiritual principles influenced not only their own bending abilities, but their approaches to every aspect of community life and individual development. The preservation of Lagima's teachings through oral transmission and carefully copied texts ensured that his insights would remain available to future generations, even during periods when political upheaval or social change threatened other forms of cultural continuity. The Air Nomads who memorized his poetry and studied his philosophical works became living libraries that could not be destroyed by external forces, repositories of wisdom that could survive the collapse of civilizations and the passage of centuries while continuing to offer guidance to anyone sincere enough to seek understanding of the principles he had discovered and embodied. The influence of Lagima's example on subsequent Air Nomad culture was profound and multifaceted, affecting not only spiritual practices and philosophical understanding, but approaches to education, community organization, and relationships with other nations. His demonstration that individual consciousness could transcend ordinary limitations inspired generations of Air Nomads to pursue their own spiritual development with unprecedented dedication, while his emphasis on detachment and service influenced the development of monastic traditions that balanced individual achievement with community welfare and global responsibility. The attempts by later Air Nomads to replicate Lagima's achievement of flight generally ended in failure, not because the principles he had discovered were incorrect, but because few practitioners possessed the combination of natural ability, sustained dedication, and spiritual maturity necessary to apply those principles successfully. The flight that he had achieved was not a technique that could be learned through instruction, but rather the natural result of consciousness development that required complete transformation of one's relationship to desire, fear, and identification with temporary forms and experiences. The legends that grew around Lagima's memory in the centuries following his death sometimes obscured the practical wisdom his teachings contained, transforming his example from achievable goal into mythical standard that discouraged rather than inspired serious spiritual practice. The Air Nomad teachers who best understood his legacy worked to maintain balance between honoring his extraordinary achievements and presenting his path as accessible to anyone willing to undertake the necessary work of self-transformation, emphasizing that the principles he had discovered were universal rather than dependent on exceptional natural gifts or favorable circumstances. The integration of Lagimar's insights into the broader framework of air nomad education created systematic approaches to spiritual development that could guide students through progressive stages of understanding and achievement while respecting the unique pace and style that each individual brought to their practice. His teachings provided not rigid formulas, but flexible principles that could be adapted to different personalities and circumstances, while maintaining fidelity to the essential truths he had realized through his own journey toward enlightenment. The impact of Lagimar's work on air nomad approaches to conflict resolution and diplomacy reflected his understanding that true solutions to human problems required addressing underlying spiritual causes rather than merely managing external symptoms. His influence encouraged air nomads to serve as mediators and peacekeepers, not through imposing their will on disputants, but through creating conditions where the essential humanity and wisdom of all parties could emerge naturally, allowing conflicts to resolve themselves through recognition of shared interests and common values. The architectural innovations that emerged from studying Lagimar's teachings included designs for meditation spaces and practice areas that supported the kind of consciousness development his methods required, incorporating natural airflow patterns and acoustic properties that enhanced rather than distracted from intensive spiritual practice. These spaces became models for sacred architecture that influenced temple construction throughout the air nomad territories, while demonstrating how physical environments could be designed to support rather than hinder human spiritual potential. The preservation of Lagimar's legacy through the establishment of special libraries and teaching centers ensured that his insights would remain available to future generations while preventing the gradual distortion and simplification that often affected spiritual teachings as they passed through multiple generations of transmission. These institutions maintained scholarly standards that balanced accessibility with accuracy, making his works available to serious students while protecting them from misinterpretation or misuse by those who lacked sufficient preparation to understand their deeper meanings. As the centuries passed and air nomad civilization reached its full flowering, the influence of Lagimar's teachings and example permeated every aspect of their culture, from the daily meditation practices that began each morning in the temples to the philosophical discussions that enriched their evening gatherings, from the approach to child education that emphasized spiritual development alongside practical skills, to the diplomatic methods that made air nomads welcome as peacekeepers and advisors throughout the four nations. His legacy lived on not as historical curiosity, but as continuing source of inspiration and guidance for all who sought to understand what human consciousness could achieve when liberated from the limitations that most people accepted as inevitable features of mortal existence. The ultimate significance of Guru Lagimar's achievement lay not in the supernatural abilities he had demonstrated, but in the proof he had provided that ordinary human consciousness contained unlimited potential for growth and transcendence, that the barriers most people experience between their individual awareness and cosmic understanding were self-created and therefore could be dissolved through proper understanding and sustained practice. His life served as constant reminder that the highest achievements of human civilization were not technological innovations or political conquests, but individual realizations of truth that could transform not only the person who achieved them, but everyone whose life was touched by their influence, creating ripples of wisdom and compassion that would continue spreading throughout the world, long after the original source had returned to the eternal silence from which all teachings emerged and to which all seekers ultimately returned. Among all the avatars who had walked the eternal cycle of reincarnation since one first merged with the spirit of light and peace, few embodied the pure essence of their native elements philosophy as completely as Avatar Yangchen of the Western Air Temple. whose life represented the perfect synthesis of Air Nomad's spiritual principles with the cosmic responsibilities that came with serving as the bridge between physical and spirit worlds. Her existence proved that enlightened detachment and compassionate engagement were not contradictory forces, but rather complementary aspects of wisdom that could be unified within a single consciousness sufficiently developed to hold such apparent paradoxes without losing balance or effectiveness in either realm of experience. Born during a period when the four nations enjoyed relative peace but faced growing tensions between human expansion and spiritual territories that had remained undisturbed since the closing of the spirit portals, Yang Chen entered the world at the Western Air Temple under circumstances that the elder monks would later recognize as portentous, though the signs were subtle enough that their significance became apparent only in retrospect. The night of her birth was marked by unusual atmospheric phenomena that created aurora-like displays in skies far from the polar regions where such lights normally appeared, while the air currents around the temple moved in patterns that suggested conscious intention rather than random meteorological activity. The childhood that shaped Yang Chen's character unfolded within the unique environment of the Western Air Temple, whose architecture defied conventional understanding. By hanging, suspended from cliff faces, rather than rising from solid foundations, creating living spaces that existed in perpetual relationship with open air and vast distances that stretched beyond the limits of normal vision. This physical context provided constant reminders of the air nomad principles that would guide her development. The importance of perspective that came from viewing situations from elevated positions, the necessity of trust in forces beyond individual control, the beauty that emerged when human creativity worked in harmony with natural conditions rather than attempting to dominate or ignore them. The airbending instruction that Yang Chen received during her formative years emphasized not merely technical proficiency, but the philosophical foundations that made elemental mastery meaningful rather than simply impressive to observers, who might mistake skillful manipulation for genuine understanding. Her teachers recognized exceptional ability from her earliest training sessions, but they were more impressed by the natural wisdom she displayed in understanding when to use her powers and when restraint served purposes that action could never achieve. Her childhood games with flying lemurs and young sky bison revealed intuitive grasp of the cooperative relationships that characterized the highest levels of air nomad culture. The revelation of Yang Chen's identity as the Avatar came not through the traditional toy selection ceremony, but through spiritual visions that began manifesting during her meditation sessions when she was barely 8 years old. Her consciousness, already sufficiently developed to access memories and knowledge that belonged to her previous incarnations. The experiences were initially fragmentary and confusing, random images and emotions that seemed to come from outside her individual awareness, but gradually they coalesced into coherent recollections of lives lived in different bodies while serving the same cosmic function that she was destined to assume in her current incarnation. The integration of Avatar consciousness with air nomad philosophy created unique challenges that none of Yang Chen's teachers had anticipated or prepared to address, since previous air nomad avatars had lived so long ago that detailed records of their experiences and methods had not survived the intervening centuries of cultural development and change. The principle of detachment that was central to achieving spiritual enlightenment seemed to contradict directly the emotional investment in worldly affairs that effective avatar service required, while the air nomad commitment to avoiding harm to all living beings created moral dilemmas when cosmic responsibility demanded actions that might result in suffering or death for some individuals in order to prevent greater harm to larger populations. The resolution that Yang Chen discovered through years of intensive spiritual practice and philosophical contemplation involved recognizing that True detachment was not indifference or withdrawal from engagement with the world's problems, but rather freedom from personal investment in particular outcomes that allowed for more effective action based on wisdom rather than ego-driven desires. She learned to care deeply about the welfare of all beings while releasing attachment to specific methods or result, to engage fully with whatever situation required her attention, while maintaining inner stillness that prevented external circumstances from disturbing her essential peace and clarity of judgment. The early manifestations of Yang Chen's avatar abilities were subtle and carefully controlled, reflecting her air nomad training in the value of restraint and the importance of understanding the full implications of any action before committing to irreversible courses of behavior. Her entry into the avatar state was gradual rather than explosive, consciousness expanding smoothly to encompass the accumulated wisdom and power of all her previous incarnations, without losing awareness of her individual identity or connection to the philosophical principles that grounded her approach to cosmic responsibility. This measured development allowed her to integrate avatar capabilities with air nomad values more successfully than might have been possible through less controlled awakening to her full potential. The crisis that would define Yang Chen's reputation as one of history's greatest avatars emerged from the complex relationship between human civilization's expanding boundaries and the spiritual territories that had been established through ancient agreements between early human settlers and the powerful spirits who had agreed to coexist peacefully with mortal communities provided certain conditions were respected and maintained. The coastal regions of the Earth Kingdom had become increasingly attractive to human developers who saw economic opportunity in areas that spirits considered sacred, while the spirits themselves had grown less tolerant of human activities that they perceived as violations of treaties that mortal governments no longer remembered or honored. General Old Iron, among the most powerful and ancient of the spirits who had negotiated these early agreements, had watched with growing anger as human cities expanded into territories that were supposed to remain undeveloped, their industrial activities polluting waters and air that served as habitat for spiritual beings whose existence depended on maintaining the natural balance that human technology seemed designed to disrupt. His rage had been building for decades, focused particularly on the memory of Lady Tianhai, whose spiritual city had been destroyed by human expansion despite promises that such encroachment would never be permitted by mortal authorities who had since forgotten the obligations their predecessors had accepted. The diplomatic challenge that faced Yang Chen involved mediating between legitimate spiritual grievances and equally legitimate human needs for living space and economic development, finding solutions that could satisfy both sets of requirements without betraying either party's fundamental interests. The complexity of the situation was compounded by the fact that most humans had no awareness of the spiritual dimensions of their activities, while most spirits had limited understanding of human motivations and constraints that made simple withdrawal from contested territories impractical or impossible without creating humanitarian disasters. Yang Chen's approach to this seemingly intractable conflict reflected her unique combination of air nomad wisdom and avatar authority, her deep respect for spiritual concerns balanced by practical understanding of human limitations and needs. She began by establishing communication channels that had not existed for generations, creating opportunities for direct dialogue between spirit and human representatives who could articulate their respective positions clearly enough for meaningful negotiation to occur. Her role in these discussions was not to impose solutions, but to facilitate understanding that could lead to mutually acceptable compromises. The negotiations that followed tested every aspect of Yang Chen's diplomatic skills and spiritual understanding, requiring her to translate between worldviews that seemed fundamentally incompatible, while maintaining her own integrity and commitment to principles that could not be compromised without betraying everything she represented. The spirits demanded guarantees that human expansion would respect boundaries they considered inviolable, while human communities required assurance that their existing settlements would not be destroyed and their future development would not be constrained beyond what economic survival could sustain. The solution that eventually emerged from these extended discussions involved creative reinterpretation of ancient agreements that honored the spirit's essential concerns while accommodating human realities that had developed since those original treaties were negotiated. Specific territories would remain permanently protected from human development, serving as sanctuaries where spiritual activities could continue undisturbed, while other areas would be designated for careful human use, according to guidelines that minimized environmental impact and respected the spiritual significance of natural features and ecological relationships. The agreement with General Old Iron regarding Lady Tianhai's ruined city became the centerpiece of this broader treaty, transforming the site from source of spiritual anguish into memorial that honored both the spirit's loss and humanity's commitment to preventing similar tragedies in the future. The ruins would remain untouched by human development, while serving as pilgrimage destination where people could come to understand the spiritual dimensions of their relationship with the natural world and the responsibilities that came with their power to alter landscapes and ecosystems through their activities. Yang Chen's personal commitment to maintaining this agreement was demonstrated through her establishment of annual pilgrimage traditions that would continue long after her death. Her presence at these ceremonies, serving as reminder to both spirits and humans that the treaties they had negotiated represented sacred obligations rather than mere political conveniences that could be abandoned when circumstances changed or different leaders came to power. Her participation in these rituals showed that Avatar authority supported the agreements she had helped create, providing enforcement mechanism that operated through moral suasion rather than the threat of violence or coercion. The festival that developed around these commemorative pilgrimages became one of the most important celebrations in the Air Nomad calendar, combining spiritual observance with cultural education that transmitted essential values to new generations, while maintaining connections with spiritual allies, whose cooperation was essential for preserving the balance between human civilization and natural forces. Yang Chen's festival, as it came to be known, served multiple purposes simultaneously, honoring the Avatar's diplomatic achievement, maintaining relationships with spiritual beings, and providing opportunities for air nomads to engage with the broader world while sharing their wisdom with people from other nations who participated in the celebrations. The influence that Yang Chen's success in spirit-human relations had on air nomad culture extended far beyond the immediate benefits of improved spiritual cooperation, demonstrating how their traditional principles of harmony and balance could be applied to problems that seemed to require military solutions or political power, rather than the gentle persuasion and patient understanding that characterized their approach to conflict resolution. Her example showed that air nomad methods could be effective in addressing large-scale international crises, not despite their commitment to non-violence, but because of it, proving that wisdom and compassion could accomplish what force and domination could never achieve. The statues that were erected in Yang Chen's honor at the Eastern and Western air temples served not only as memorials to her individual achievements, but as symbols of the potential that existed within air nomad philosophy when it was applied with sufficient skill and dedication to the great challenges that faced human civilization. The artistic choices made in creating these monuments reflected the values she had embodied, simplicity rather than ostentation, serenity rather than heroic drama, integration with natural surroundings rather than domination of the landscape through imposing architecture that demanded attention and admiration. The period of peace that followed Yang Chen's resolution of the spirit-human conflicts lasted for an entire generation, creating conditions that allowed all four nations to develop their cultures and economies without the disruptions that warfare inevitably created, while providing opportunities for the kind of creative exchange and mutual learning that occurred when different peoples could interact without suspicion or fear of attack. This extended stability was recognized even by people who had no direct knowledge of Yang Chen's role in creating it, though air nomads understood that the peaceful conditions they enjoyed were direct results of her diplomatic achievements and the ongoing maintenance of the agreements she had negotiated. The integration of Yang Chen's legacy into air nomad education ensured that future generations would understand both the specific techniques she had developed and the philosophical principles that had made her success possible, creating curriculum that could prepare other air nomads for similar challenges, while recognizing that each situation would require unique applications of universal wisdom rather than simple repetition of successful formulas. Her methods became part of the broader air nomad approach to conflict resolution, influencing how they approached disputes within their own communities, as well as their relationships with other nations and spiritual beings. The influence of Yang Chen's example on subsequent avatars created precedents for how cosmic responsibility could be exercised in ways that honored the cultural values of the avatar's native element while serving the broader interests of global balance and harmony. Her demonstration that air nomad principles could be applied effectively to avatar duties provided reassurance for future air nomad avatars that they would not need to abandon their cultural identity in order to fulfill their cosmic role, while also showing other avatars how their own elemental traditions might inform and enhance their approach to the challenges they would face. The preservation of detailed records regarding Yang Chen's methods and achievements created resources that would be available to support future diplomatic efforts and spiritual negotiations, providing guidance for people who would face similar challenges while lacking her personal experience and natural abilities. These documents became treasured texts within air nomad libraries while also being shared with other nations whose leaders recognized the value of learning from successful approaches to complex international problems that seemed likely to recur as human civilization continued expanding and changing. The philosophical framework that Yang Chen developed for balancing detachment with engagement became central to advanced air nomad spiritual training, offering solutions to dilemmas that had puzzled practitioners for generations, while providing practical guidance for people who sought to maintain their spiritual development, while remaining actively involved in worldly responsibilities. Her insights showed that the highest levels of spiritual achievement were compatible with full participation in community life and even international affairs, provided that such engagement was motivated by compassion rather than personal ambition, and guided by wisdom rather than emotional reactivity. The model of avatar service that Yang Chen established emphasized prevention over cure, diplomatic resolution over military intervention, and the cultivation of understanding between different groups rather than the imposition of solutions by superior force or political authority. Her approach demonstrated that avatar power was most effective when used sparingly and strategically, that the threat of intervention was often more valuable than intervention itself, and that the avatar's greatest contribution to world peace came through facilitating communication and cooperation, rather than dictating terms that reflected the avatar's will, rather than the genuine needs and legitimate interests of all parties involved in disputes. As the years passed and Yang Chen's direct presence was no longer available to guide and inspire those who sought to follow her example, the principles she had embodied and the methods she had developed continued to influence air nomad culture and international relations, proving that individual achievement could create lasting change that transcended the limitations of any single lifetime or the capabilities of any single person, no matter how exceptional their abilities or dedicated their service to the welfare of all living beings throughout the world. The ultimate significance of Avatar Yang Chen's life and work lay not merely in the specific problems she had solved or the particular conflicts she had resolved, but in the demonstration she had provided that the deepest spiritual wisdom was not incompatible with practical effectiveness in addressing worldly challenges, that the highest forms of human consciousness could be applied successfully to the most complex and seemingly intractable problems that arose from the inevitable tensions between individual needs and collective welfare, between human desires and natural limitations, between the requirements of progress and the demands of preservation that every civilization must navigate successfully if it hoped to survive and flourish across the generations of its development and growth. The very essence of what it meant to be an air nomad was captured not in any single location or permanent settlement, but in the constant movement between sacred spaces that connected earth and sky, in the seasonal migrations that followed wind patterns and spiritual rhythms older than recorded history, in the understanding that true home existed not in physical structures, but in the portable wisdom and adaptable practices that could transform any environment into a sanctuary for spiritual growth and community flourishing. This nomadic nature was not mere wandering or restless searching for something that could never be found, but rather the conscious choice to live in harmony with natural cycles and cosmic forces that could only be fully experienced through willing surrender to the flow of existence, rather than attempts to create artificial stability through resistance to change and attachment to particular circumstances or locations. The daily rhythms that structured life within the air temples reflected this deeper understanding of how human consciousness could be aligned with universal patterns through practices that honored both individual needs and collective responsibilities while maintaining the flexibility necessary for adaptation to changing conditions and unexpected circumstances. Each day began before dawn with meditation sessions that connected practitioners to the stillness that existed before thoughts and activities created the appearance of separation between individual awareness and cosmic consciousness, preparing them to engage with worldly duties from a foundation of inner peace that could not be disturbed by external challenges or disrupted by the demands that community life inevitably placed upon personal preferences and private desires. The breathing exercises that accompanied these morning meditations were not merely techniques for calming the mind or preparing the body for physical activity, but systematic methods for establishing conscious relationship with the element of air that sustained all life, while serving as the medium through which airbending abilities were expressed and developed. Each inhalation became an opportunity to receive not just oxygen, but spiritual energy that connected the practitioner to every other breathing being throughout the world, while each exhalation became a gift of purified consciousness that contributed to the overall harmony and balance that air nomads sought to maintain through their presence and activities in whatever location they happened to occupy. The communal meals that followed morning meditation and exercise were celebrations of the philosophical principles that guided air nomad approaches to nourishment and pleasure, their vegetarian diet reflecting not arbitrary dietary restrictions, but deeply considered ethical positions regarding the interconnectedness of all life and the responsibilities that came with possessing the power to choose what forms of power existence would be preserved or destroyed through individual decisions about consumption and lifestyle. The preparation of these meals was itself a form of spiritual practice, requiring attention to the sources of ingredients, gratitude for the sacrifice of plant life that made human survival possible, and mindfulness about how food could be transformed through careful preparation into offerings that nourished both body and spirit. The variety and sophistication of air nomad cuisine challenged assumptions that vegetarian diets were necessarily limited or unsatisfying, their culinary traditions having developed over centuries of creative experimentation with fruits, vegetables, grains, and dairy products that could be combined in countless ways to create meals that delighted the senses while supporting the kind of physical vitality and mental clarity that intensive spiritual practice required. The spices and cooking techniques they employed were gathered from their travels throughout the 4 nations, creating fusion approaches that honored local traditions while adapting them to air nomad values and dietary requirements, demonstrating how cultural exchange could occur through peaceful interaction and mutual learning rather than conquest or domination. The sweet pastries and desserts for which air nomad cooks became famous throughout the world served purposes beyond mere enjoyment, their creation and sharing representing the air nomad understanding that spiritual development did not require abandoning all pleasures, but rather learning to engage with enjoyable experiences without attachment or compulsion. The fruit pies that were sold at local markets during air nomad travels became opportunities for cultural education and community service. All profits donated to charitable purposes, while the recipes themselves were freely shared with anyone interested in learning how to create beautiful and delicious foods that aligned with ethical principles regarding the treatment of animals and the environment. The educational activities that occupied the middle portions of each day reflected the comprehensive approach to human development that characterized air nomad culture. Their understanding that spiritual growth required not just meditation and philosophical study, but practical skills and intellectual capabilities that could serve community needs while providing individuals with meaningful ways to contribute their unique talents and interests to collective welfare. Children and adult students alike participated in lessons that ranged from traditional academic subjects like mathematics, history, and literature, to practical arts like gardening, construction, and textile creation, all taught within frameworks that emphasized cooperation over competition and service over personal advancement. The airbending instruction that was central to air nomad education went far beyond simple technique acquisition to encompass philosophical understanding of what elemental abilities represented and how they could be developed in ways that supported rather than hindered spiritual growth and ethical behavior. Students learned not just to move air currents and create winds, but to understand the relationship between consciousness and element, the ways that emotional states and mental attitudes influence bending abilities, the importance of approaching their powers with respect and humility, rather than pride or desire for dominance over others who lacked similar capabilities. The playful aspects of airbending training reflected the air nomad insight that joy and lightness were essential components of spiritual development, that laughter and games could teach lessons that serious instruction might never convey effectively, while creating positive associations with learning that would sustain motivation throughout lifetimes of continued practice and growth. Monk Gyatso's famous pie-throwing lessons, which combined accuracy training with harmless pranks that brought delight to teachers and students alike, exemplified this approach to education that recognized humor as sacred rather than frivolous. Understanding that the ability to find amusement in unexpected situations was itself a form of wisdom that could prevent spiritual practitioners from becoming too rigid or self-important in their pursuit of enlightenment. The afternoon periods dedicated to individual study and contemplation provided opportunities for students to pursue personal interests and explore questions that arose from their participation in communal activities, while also allowing for the kind of solitary reflection that was essential for integrating lessons learned through instruction and experience into personal understanding that could guide independent decision-making and creative problem-solving. These private hours were structured enough to prevent laziness or aimless daydreaming, but flexible enough to accommodate different learning styles and individual rhythms of intellectual and spiritual development that varied significantly among community members. The libraries that existed within each air temple contained not only the accumulated wisdom of air nomad culture, but carefully preserved knowledge from other civilizations and traditions, their collections reflecting the understanding that truth was not the exclusive possession of any single people or approach to spiritual development, but rather emerged through dialogue between different perspectives and methods that could enrich and inform each other when approached with genuine openness and respectful curiosity. The scholars who maintained these libraries served as both preservationists and active researchers, seeking new insights through comparative study, while ensuring that established wisdom was accurately transmitted to future generations. The artistic and musical activities that enriched air nomad community life served multiple purposes simultaneously, providing creative outlets for individual expression, while creating shared experiences that strengthened social bonds and transmitted cultural values through beauty, rather than mere instruction or intellectual argument. The instruments they played and the songs they sang carried historical information and philosophical teachings embedded within their melodies and lyrics, making cultural education enjoyable rather than burdensome, while creating memorable experiences that could be recalled and appreciated throughout practitioners' lifetimes. The evening gatherings that concluded each day brought together community members of all ages and levels of spiritual development for storytelling sessions that preserved oral traditions while adapting them for contemporary audiences who needed to understand how ancient wisdom could be applied to current challenges and opportunities. These sessions combined entertainment with education, their narratives structured to convey multiple layers of meaning that could be appreciated by children as exciting adventures, while offering adults sophisticated insights into psychology, ethics, and spiritual principles that required considerable life experience to understand fully. The discussions that followed these storytelling sessions provided opportunities for community members to explore questions and share perspectives that arose from their individual contemplation and collective experiences, creating forums for democratic exchange of ideas while maintaining respect for the wisdom and authority of senior practitioners who could provide guidance based on decades of dedicated study and practical application of air nomad principles. These conversations balanced intellectual exploration with practical problem solving, addressing both abstract philosophical questions and immediate community needs through collaborative thinking that drew upon everyone's contributions, while avoiding the kind of argumentative debate that could create division rather than understanding. The seasonal migrations between temples that gave air nomads their name were carefully planned journeys that served educational, spiritual, and practical purposes, while maintaining connections between geographically separated communities that might otherwise develop in divergent directions without regular exchange of ideas, practices, and personnel. These travels exposed participants to different environments and challenges that tested their adaptability and resourcefulness, while providing opportunities to experience the diversity of natural beauty and spiritual energy that existed in different parts of the world. The preparations required for these extended journeys taught practical skills in planning, resource management, and cooperation, that complemented the more abstract lessons learned through meditation and study, while the journeys themselves provided adventures that created shared memories and strengthened relationships. Among traveling companions who depended upon each other for safety and success during their passage through potentially dangerous territories, the sky bison, who carried these traveling communities, were not mere transportation, but partners whose comfort and well-being required constant attention and care, creating additional opportunities for learning responsibility and developing the kind of interspecies relationships that characterize the highest expressions of air nomad culture. The interactions with other cultures that occurred during these travels served diplomatic purposes that extended far beyond simple courtesy or cultural curiosity. Air nomads serving as unofficial ambassadors who could facilitate understanding between different nations through their reputation for wisdom, neutrality, and genuine concern for universal welfare rather than narrow sectarian interests. Their presence in remote villages and major cities alike was generally welcomed because of their reputation as bearers of good fortune and their willingness to provide practical assistance with local problems while sharing knowledge and perspectives that could benefit communities in lasting ways. The blessing ceremonies that air nomads performed for new buildings, marriages, births, and other significant life events reflected their understanding that spiritual energy could be channeled through ritual and intention to create positive influences that extended beyond the immediate participants to affect broader patterns of harmony and prosperity within communities that honored such practices. These ceremonies were not mere superstition, but applications of spiritual principles that recognized the interconnectedness of all existence and the ways that conscious intention and elevated consciousness could influence material conditions through subtle but effective mechanisms. The message-carrying services that air nomads provided between distant communities served practical communication needs while also creating networks of connection and mutual support that strengthened relationships between isolated settlements and facilitated the kind of cultural exchange that prevented insularity and stagnation. The reliability and trustworthiness that air nomads brought to these services made them preferred messengers for sensitive communications, while their neutrality in political disputes made them safe choices for diplomatic correspondence that might be intercepted or misunderstood if carried by representatives of interested parties. The tolerance and acceptance that characterized air nomad attitudes toward different forms of romantic and family relationships reflected their fundamental commitment to recognizing the dignity and worth of all individuals regardless of circumstances that other cultures might consider problematic or unacceptable. Their understanding that love was a manifestation of universal connection rather than merely personal preference enabled them to celebrate relationships that brought joy and mutual support to participants, while rejecting judgmental attitudes that created unnecessary suffering and division within communities that should support all their members' genuine happiness and fulfillment. The coming-of-age traditions that marked young air nomads' transitions from childhood dependency to adult responsibility combined celebration with serious recognition of the obligations and opportunities that accompanied maturation, creating ceremonies that honored individual achievement, while emphasizing continuing commitment to community welfare and spiritual development. These rituals acknowledged that growing up meant not just acquiring new privileges, but accepting increased responsibility for personal choices and their consequences, while maintaining dedication to the principles and practices that had shaped their upbringing and would continue guiding their development throughout their adult lives. The conflict resolution methods that air nomads employed within their own communities provided models for approaching disagreements and disputes that could preserve relationships while addressing legitimate grievances and incompatible needs through processes that sought mutually acceptable solutions rather than determining winners and losers through competitive proceedings. Their approaches emphasized understanding underlying concerns rather than simply addressing surface symptoms, creating opportunities for genuine resolution rather than temporary truces that left basic problems unaddressed and likely to resurface in different forms. The environmental stewardship that characterized air nomad relationships with the natural world reflected their understanding that human activities inevitably affected ecological balance, and that conscious effort was required to ensure that their presence in any location enhanced rather than degraded the conditions that supported all life. Their construction methods, waste disposal practices, and resource consumption patterns were designed to minimize negative impacts while contributing positively to the health and beauty of the environments they inhabited, creating precedents for sustainable living that other cultures could adapt to their own circumstances and needs. The festivals and celebrations that punctuated the air nomad calendar throughout the year served both religious and social functions, providing opportunities for community bonding while marking significant points in seasonal cycles and spiritual development that required acknowledgement and celebration to maintain proper relationship with natural forces and cosmic rhythms. These gatherings combined serious spiritual observance with joyful recreation, creating experiences that nourished both individual souls and collective identity, while preserving traditions that connected contemporary practitioners with their ancestors and cultural heritage. The preservation of cultural knowledge through multiple methods of transmission ensured that essential wisdom would survive, even if particular libraries were destroyed or specific teachers were lost. Air nomads, understanding that their most valuable possessions were not material objects but spiritual insights and practical knowledge that could only be preserved through living practice and continuing transmission to new generations of dedicated students. Their approaches to cultural preservation balanced respect for traditional forms, with recognition that adaptation and evolution were necessary for maintaining relevance and effectiveness in changing circumstances and new challenges that required creative applications of established principles. As the years flowed into decades and decades accumulated into centuries of air nomad cultural development and refinement, the nomadic lifestyle that defined their identity proved its value through the resilience and adaptability it created, the broad perspectives it fostered, and the rich networks of relationship and knowledge it generated throughout the world, demonstrating that true security came not from defensive isolation or protective barriers, but from the kind of wisdom and goodwill that made air nomads welcome wherever they traveled and valuable allies for anyone who shared their commitment to peace, understanding, and the cultivation of human potential for growth and service that could benefit all life throughout the interconnected web of existence that sustained the world and everything within it. The sacred bonds that existed between air nomads and the magnificent creatures who shared their mountain sanctuaries transcended the ordinary relationships that other cultures maintained with domestic animals, representing instead spiritual partnerships that connected conscious beings across the boundaries of species through mutual recognition of shared purpose and complementary abilities that could serve ends neither could achieve through individual effort alone. These connections began not through training or domestication in any conventional sense, but through the kind of natural affinity that arose when beings whose essential natures were aligned encountered each other under circumstances that allowed their compatibility to manifest without the interference of fear, dominance, or utilitarian calculation that characterized most human-animal interactions throughout the world. The sky bison, whose gentle presence graced the air temples, were not merely the largest and most impressive of the creatures who had formed alliances with air nomad communities, but the original masters of airbending, whose innate abilities had provided the first humans with models and inspiration for developing their own relationships with the element of air that would become central to their cultural identity and spiritual practice. These magnificent beings possessed knowledge of aerial navigation and atmospheric manipulation that exceeded anything human practitioners could achieve through conscious technique or deliberate study, their mastery emerging from genetic heritage and instinctual wisdom that had been refined across countless generations of evolutionary development in environments where survival depended upon perfect harmony with wind patterns and air currents. The natural arrows that marked the heads and backs of adult sky bison were not decorative features but functional adaptations that channeled and directed the airbending energies that enabled their flight, creating visible symbols that would later inspire the tattoo traditions that marked human airbending masters, while serving as constant reminders of the debt that air nomad culture owed to these patient teachers whose willingness to share their knowledge had made human airbending possible. The observation of how these markings seemed to glow with subtle inner light during moments of intense bending activity provided early clues about the relationship between spiritual energy and elemental manipulation that would inform air nomad understanding of their own abilities and potential for development. The process through which young air nomads selected their lifelong bison companions was neither random assignment nor calculated matching based on practical considerations, but rather a form of spiritual courtship that allowed natural affinities to manifest through patient observation and gradual approach that respected the autonomy and dignity of both human and animal participants. The choosing typically occurred when air nomad children had reached sufficient maturity to understand the responsibilities that such partnerships entailed. Their airbending abilities developed enough to enable meaningful communication with creatures who responded to elemental manipulation as a form of language more precise and nuanced than words could ever become. The young bison who participated in these selection processes were themselves volunteers who had demonstrated interest in forming partnerships with human companions, their participation indicating readiness for the kind of cooperative relationship that would define the rest of their lives, while requiring significant adjustments to natural behavioral patterns that might otherwise prioritize herd solidarity over individual bonding with members of different species. The mutual evaluation that occurred during these initial meetings involved not only assessment of compatibility and temperament, but recognition of shared purposes and complementary strengths that could create partnerships more effective and fulfilling than either participant could achieve through independent action. The moment of choosing was often described as a form of spiritual recognition that transcended rational analysis or emotional preference. Both human and bison, experiencing sudden certainty that they belong together in service of purposes larger than their individual desires or needs. Their connection established through forces that operated on levels deeper than conscious decision-making or practical calculation. These moments of recognition were typically marked by immediate behavioral changes that demonstrated the reality of the bond that had been formed. Young air nomads discovering that their new companions responded to their emotions and intentions with sensitivity that seemed almost telepathic in its accuracy and immediacy. The training periods that followed these initial partnerships were unlike the breaking and conditioning processes that other cultures employed to establish human dominance over animal behavior, involving instead collaborative learning that allowed both participants to develop skills and understanding that served their shared goals while respecting the essential nature and individual personality that each brought to their relationship. Human partners learned to accommodate the physical requirements and natural rhythms of creatures whose size and strength dwarfed their own, while bison companions adapted to human communication styles and cultural practices that were foreign to their instinctual patterns but necessary for successful integration into air nomad community life. The development of flight techniques that enabled human riders to share in their bison partners' mastery of aerial navigation required years of patient practice and mutual adjustment, both participants learning to coordinate their movements and intentions in ways that maximized safety and effectiveness, while minimizing the kind of conflicts and misunderstandings that could prove dangerous at altitudes where mistakes might be fatal. The trust that these activities required was absolute and mutual. Human riders dependent upon their bison's strength and aerial expertise, while the massive creatures learned to accommodate human balance requirements and communication needs that could affect their natural flying patterns and instinctual responses to atmospheric conditions. The saddles and riding equipment that air nomads developed for these partnerships were marvels of engineering that balanced functionality with respect for their bison's comfort and natural movement patterns. Their designs evolved through generations of experimentation and refinement that prioritized the animal's well-being over human convenience, while ensuring that riders could maintain secure seating during the complex maneuvers that long-distance travel and emergency situations might require. The materials used in creating this equipment were carefully selected for durability and lightweight properties that would not burden the bison unnecessarily, while providing human partners with the security they needed to focus on navigation and communication rather than merely maintaining their position during flight. The communication systems that developed between air nomad riders and their bison partners involved combinations of physical cues, vocal signals, and air-bending manipulations that created rich vocabularies capable of conveying complex information about destinations, flight patterns, weather conditions, and emotional states that might affect performance or require adjustments to planned activities. These languages were unique to each partnership, while incorporating standardized elements that allowed different rider bison teams to coordinate their activities during group flights or collaborative missions that required precise timing and unified responses to changing circumstances. The emotional bonds that characterized mature partnerships between air nomads and their sky bison extended far beyond simple affection or mutual dependence to encompass the kind of deep spiritual connection that made separation painful and reunion joyful in ways that affected both participants' overall well-being and life satisfaction. These relationships provided air nomads with constant companionship and unconditional loyalty, while offering the bison intellectual stimulation and purposeful activity that enriched their lives beyond what they could experience through purely instinctual behavior or herd-based social structures. The flying lemurs, whose playful presence added joy and spontaneity to air temple life, represented a different type of interspecies relationship. Their connections with human communities based more on mutual entertainment and casual companionship than the formal partnerships that characterized bison relationships, yet equally important for maintaining the kind of light-hearted atmosphere that prevented air nomad culture from becoming too serious or rigid in its pursuit of spiritual perfection. These smaller creatures served as reminders that wisdom could be expressed through play as effectively as through solemn contemplation, their acrobatic abilities and social interactions providing constant demonstrations of how freedom and discipline could coexist within lives devoted to mastering challenging skills. The evolution of lemur species during the century of air nomad absence created new varieties whose adaptations reflected both environmental pressures and the influence of residual spiritual energies that had accumulated around the abandoned temples, their development of wing-like membranes and enhanced aerial capabilities, showing how life could adapt to changed circumstances while maintaining essential characteristics that connected them to their ancestral forms. The ring-tailed flying lemurs that emerged from this evolutionary process retained the social nature and playful behavior that had made their predecessors beloved companions, while developing new abilities that made them even more compatible with air nomad lifestyle and values. The relationships between air nomads and these evolved lemurs required adaptation from both species, human community members learning to accommodate creatures whose needs and behavior patterns had changed during the period of separation, while the lemurs themselves had to readjust to human presence after generations of independent existence that had modified their social structures and survival strategies. The mutual recognition and acceptance that eventually developed demonstrated the resilience of interspecies bonds that were based on genuine compatibility rather than mere convenience or utility. The care and feeding of both sky bison and flying lemurs required air nomad communities to maintain extensive knowledge of animal nutrition, healthcare, and behavioral psychology that complemented their spiritual and philosophical studies while providing practical skills that were essential for successful community management and individual partnership maintenance. The veterinary expertise that air nomad healers developed rivaled that of specialists in other cultures who devoted their entire careers to animal medicine, their understanding enhanced by the spiritual insights that came from viewing these creatures as partners rather than possessions or tools for human purposes. The breeding programs that air nomad communities maintained for both species required careful attention to genetic diversity and health factors, while respecting the natural selection processes and individual preferences that could not be overridden without damaging the essential characteristics that made these creatures valuable partners rather than mere domestic animals. The balance between human guidance and natural processes that these programs achieved reflected air nomad understanding of how intervention could support rather than replace natural wisdom, how human intelligence could serve rather than dominate the evolutionary forces that had shaped these species across millennia of development. The conservation efforts that air nomads undertook to protect the ecosystems that supported their animal partners extended far beyond the immediate areas around their temples to encompass entire regions whose environmental health was essential for maintaining the populations of plants and smaller creatures that form the foundation of food webs supporting larger species. Their understanding of ecological relationships made them early advocates for environmental protection measures that other cultures would not recognize as necessary until much later periods, when the consequences of environmental degradation had become impossible to ignore or minimize. The spiritual significance that air nomads attributed to their animal partnerships reflected their understanding that consciousness existed in many forms throughout the natural world, that intelligence and wisdom were not exclusively human characteristics, but rather universal qualities that manifested differently in different species while contributing to overall cosmic harmony and balance. Their relationships with sky bison and flying lemurs provided constant reminders of this truth while offering opportunities to experience forms of communication and cooperation that transcended the limitations of human language and cultural assumptions. The mourning rituals that air nomads observed when their animal partners died recognized these deaths as genuine losses that affected not only individual humans who had formed close bonds, but entire communities that had benefited from these creatures' presence and contributions to daily life and cultural richness. The ceremonies that honored deceased partners reflected the same respect and spiritual consideration that were accorded to human community members, acknowledging that consciousness and contribution to collective welfare were not measured by species membership, but by the quality of relationships and service that individuals provided throughout their lifetimes. The stories and legends that accumulated around particularly notable partnerships between air nomads and their animal companions served educational purposes that transmitted cultural values while celebrating the extraordinary achievements that could emerge from cooperation between different forms of consciousness working toward shared goals. These narratives inspired new generations of air nomads, while providing models for successful partnership that emphasized mutual respect, patience, and recognition of each participant's unique contributions to collaborative success. The artistic and literary traditions that developed around air nomad animal relationships produced works of lasting beauty and significance that captured the essence of these bonds, while making their spiritual dimensions accessible to people who might never experience such partnerships directly. The paintings, sculptures, poems, and songs that celebrated these relationships became treasured elements of air nomad culture, while serving as diplomatic gifts that could communicate their values and priorities to people from other nations who might not understand their philosophy through abstract discussion alone. The practical benefits that air nomad communities derived from their animal partnerships extended throughout every aspect of their lifestyle, from transportation and communication to entertainment and spiritual guidance, while the emotional and psychological advantages included companionship, unconditional love, and constant reminders of life's essential goodness that could sustain hope and joy, even during difficult periods, when human relationships might be strained or community challenges might seem overwhelming. These partnerships provided stability and continuity that helped air nomad culture maintain its essential characteristics across centuries of development and change. The wisdom that air nomads gained through long-term relationships with creatures whose lifespans, perspectives, and natural abilities differed significantly from their own created understanding that transcended human limitations and cultural biases, providing insights into the nature of consciousness, communication, and cooperation that informed their approaches to philosophy, spirituality, and social organization, while contributing to their reputation as wise counselors whose advice could benefit people from all nations and backgrounds. As the bond between air nomads and their animal partners deepened across generations of shared experience and mutual support, these relationships became defining characteristics of their civilization that distinguished them from other cultures, while demonstrating possibilities for interspecies cooperation that served as models for how different forms of consciousness could work together toward common goals that benefited all participants and contributed to the overall harmony and balance that air nomad philosophy sought to maintain throughout the world and all its diverse manifestations of life and consciousness. The moral complexities that emerged within air nomad society during the centuries preceding the Great Genocide were not abstract philosophical debates conducted in ivory towers removed from worldly concerns, but profound ethical challenges that tested the fundamental principles upon which their entire civilization had been built, forcing individuals of exceptional wisdom and dedication to confront situations where their deepest convictions about non-violence and universal compassion came into direct conflict with practical necessities and humanitarian obligations that seemed to demand actions. Their spiritual training had taught them to avoid at all costs. These dilemmas revealed the gap between idealized principles and lived reality, between theoretical wisdom and the messy complications of a world where good intentions could lead to tragic outcomes, and where the refusal to act could sometimes cause more suffering than decisive intervention. Among the most remarkable figures who embodied these contradictions was Kelsang of the Southern Air Temple, whose extraordinary life would challenge every assumption about what it meant to be a true air nomad, while ultimately expanding rather than diminishing the understanding of how their highest ideals could be lived authentically in a world that often seemed to reward cruelty over compassion and power over wisdom. His story began in the conventional manner of air nomad children, raised within the protective embrace of temple life, where the harshest conflict might involve disagreements about meditation techniques or philosophical interpretation. His early years marked by the same dedication to spiritual development and elemental mastery that characterized all young air nomads fortunate enough to grow up within their culture's nurturing environment. The friendship that developed between Kelsang and Avatar Kuruk during the latter's visits to the Southern Air Temple for spiritual guidance and cultural education represented the kind of relationship that air nomad philosophy celebrated as the highest expression of human connection, their bond transcending the formal boundaries between teacher and student, mentor and disciple, to become genuine partnership between souls who recognized in each other complementary strengths and shared commitment to serving purposes larger than their individual desires or ambitions. Kuruk's struggles with the responsibilities of avatar duty resonated deeply with Kelsang's own questions about how spiritual principles could be applied to complex worldly situations that seemed to offer no perfect solutions. The avatar's battles in the spirit world, which would eventually consume his sanity and shorten his life dramatically, provided Kelsang with first-hand observation of how cosmic responsibility could exact terrible prices from those who accepted its burdens, while Kuruk's gradual deterioration under pressures that few people could understand or appreciate created in his air nomad friend a deepening awareness of the isolation and sacrifice that came with ultimate power and authority. These experiences prepared Kelsang for his own eventual confrontation with moral complexity, while teaching him that true friendship sometimes required witnessing suffering that could not be prevented or shared, only acknowledged and honored through continued loyalty and support. The death of Avatar Kuruk, from spiritual exhaustion and premature aging, created in Kelsang a sense of mission that would define the remainder of his life. His dedication to finding and protecting the Avatar's next incarnation, representing not mere duty but personal commitment to ensuring that Kuruk's sacrifice would not be wasted and that the Avatar cycle would continue despite the forces that seemed determined to disrupt or destroy it. This quest required Kelsang to abandon the contemplative life he had been trained for in favor of active engagement with political and military conflicts that tested every aspect of his air nomad upbringing, while forcing him to develop new skills and understanding that his temple education had never provided. The search for the new avatar led Kelsang throughout the Earth Kingdom during a period of increasing instability and violence, his journey exposing him to forms of human cruelty and systematic oppression that challenged his fundamental beliefs about the essential goodness of all conscious beings, while teaching him that evil was not merely the absence of good, but an active force that required opposition rather than patient understanding and gentle persuasion. The suffering he witnessed in villages ravaged by warlords and cities controlled by corrupt officials created cognitive dissonance that forced him to question whether air nomad principles of non-violence were adequate responses to situations where inaction enabled continued atrocities against innocent people who lacked the power to protect themselves. The gradual identification of the Earth Kingdom girl who would become Avatar Kyoshi provided Kelsang with hope that his mission was approaching successful completion. But the circumstances surrounding her early life and the challenges she faced in accepting and developing her avatar abilities created new complications that required forms of intervention and protection that stretched the boundaries of both acceptable air nomad behavior while remaining within the broad parameters of service to universal welfare rather than narrow sectarian interests. His role as mentor and guardian to the young avatar required him to navigate political complexities that his monastic training had not prepared him to handle, while maintaining the spiritual grounding that was essential for providing wise guidance to someone whose power could reshape the world. The crisis that would define Kelsang's legacy and test his character to its limits emerged from the expansion of Tulak's Fifth Nation, a militant organization that sought to establish dominance over the Earth Kingdom through systematic conquest and the elimination of all opposition to their authoritarian vision of social organization. The Fifth Nation's methods included not only military aggression but deliberate targeting of civilian populations, cultural destruction, and the kind of comprehensive brutality that was designed to break the spirit of resistance rather than merely defeating organized military forces. Their approach represented everything that air nomad philosophy opposed. Yet their power and ruthlessness made conventional responses inadequate for protecting the innocent people who stood in their path. The naval fleet that Tulak had assembled to project Fifth Nation power across water barriers and attack coastal settlements represented a military innovation that threatened to extend the conflict far beyond its original geographical boundaries while creating humanitarian disasters that would affect countless people who had no involvement in the political disputes that had motivated the conquest campaign. The ships themselves were not merely transportation, but floating fortresses capable of devastating attacks against defensively positioned targets, while remaining mobile enough to avoid retaliation from conventional military forces that lacked equivalent naval capabilities. Kelsang's decision to intervene directly against this fleet was not made impulsively or without careful consideration of the moral implications and long-term consequences that would flow from abandoning air nomad principles of non-violence in favor of direct action that would inevitably result in loss of life among his opponents. His meditation and contemplation before taking action included consultations with spiritual advisors and extensive examination of alternative approaches that might achieve the same protective goals without requiring him to take human lives. But the urgency of the threat and the absence of viable alternatives eventually forced him to conclude that inaction would enable greater suffering than decisive intervention. The airbending techniques that Kelsang employed against Tulak's fleet were unlike anything recorded in air nomad texts or preserved in their cultural memory. His attacks demonstrating that their element could be wielded as a weapon of devastating effectiveness when moral constraints were removed and spiritual power was directed toward destructive rather than protective purposes. The precision and scope of his assault showed mastery that went beyond conventional training to encompass intuitive understanding of atmospheric forces that could be manipulated to create localized storms, destructive wind patterns, and pressure changes capable of destroying even large vessels through forces that appeared natural rather than artificially created. The effectiveness of his intervention was absolute and immediate. The entire Fifth Nation fleet destroyed within minutes through weather phenomena that left no survivors and no opportunity for escape or surrender that might have preserved some lives while still accomplishing the strategic objective of preventing their planned attacks on coastal settlements. The completeness of the destruction reflected both the power at Kelsang's disposal and his understanding that partial success might only delay rather than prevent the humanitarian disaster that motivating his intervention, while leaving survivors who could report his involvement might create political complications that could affect Avatar Kyoshi's position and safety. The psychological impact of taking human lives on such a scale was immediate and devastating for someone whose entire philosophical and spiritual training had been based on principles that treated all consciousness as sacred and violence as inherently corrupting to those who employed it regardless of their motivations or the justice of their cause. Kelsang's emotional response to his actions included not only grief for the lives he had taken, but profound uncertainty about whether he had betrayed everything he claimed to believe, or had discovered the true meaning of compassionate action in situations where conventional mercy would have enabled greater cruelty. The reaction of Air Nomad leadership to Kelsang's intervention was swift and unequivocal. Their decision to exile him from their community, reflecting not personal animosity or failure to understand his motivations, but institutional commitment to maintaining principles that they believed were essential for preserving their culture's spiritual integrity and moral authority. The elders who pronounced judgment understood that accepting his actions, however well-intentioned, would establish precedents that could gradually erode the philosophical foundations that distinguished air nomads from other societies, while creating justifications for future violence that might be motivated by less noble purposes. The exile that followed was both punishment and protection, removing Kelsang from the community he had served, while preventing his presence from creating ongoing controversy and division that might have weakened air nomad unity and commitment to their traditional values. The decision recognized that individuals could sometimes be forced by circumstances to take actions that served greater good, while acknowledging that such exceptions could not be integrated into community standards without fundamentally altering the character and mission of their civilization. The years that Kelsang spent in solitude following his exile were marked by continued spiritual struggle, as he attempted to reconcile his actions with his beliefs, while maintaining the practices and disciplines that had shaped his beliefs' character and provided meaning for his existence, despite the community rejection that had severed his connection to the institutional structures that had previously defined his identity and purpose. His isolation was not mere punishment, but opportunity for the kind of deep reflection and spiritual work that might enable integration of his traumatic experience with continued commitment to air nomad principles in modified form. The relationship that developed between Kelsang and the young Avatar Kyoshi during this period provided both figures with what they needed for continued growth and service. His experience and wisdom helping her navigate the challenges of Avatar development, while her acceptance and understanding helped him maintain connection to purposes larger than his personal spiritual crisis. Their partnership demonstrated that exile from institutional community did not necessarily mean abandonment of the values and commitments that had originally motivated service. That individual conscience could sometimes lead to actions that transcended organizational boundaries while remaining true to deeper principles. The story of Jessa, Avatar Kyoshi's mother, represented another form of moral complexity within air nomad society. Her transformation from dedicated nun of the Eastern Air Temple to leader of the criminal flying opera company, illustrating how personal tragedy and social rejection could lead even spiritually advanced individuals toward choices that seemed to contradict everything their training had taught them, while serving purposes that remained consistent with their deepest values and commitments. Her journey from monastery to outlaw life showed that air nomad principles could be expressed through unconventional channels, when institutional structures proved inadequate for addressing real-world needs and injustices. Jace's decision to leave her monastic life was motivated not by spiritual failure or rejection of nomad values, but by recognition that her skills and knowledge could serve humanitarian purposes that required greater flexibility and willingness to work outside legal and institutional constraints than her religious vows permitted. Her leadership of the Flying Opera Company transformed what might have been merely criminal organization into force for social justice that protected vulnerable people while challenging corrupt systems that enabled systematic oppression and exploitation of those who lacked conventional forms of power or influence. The airbending abilities that Jaza retained and developed during her outlaw years were adapted to serve purposes that her original training had never envisioned. Her mastery of stealth and evasion techniques, enabling the kind of covert operations that could accomplish objectives impossible through direct confrontation, while her understanding of nomad philosophy provided ethical framework that distinguished her activities from mere criminality or self-interested violence. Her example showed that spiritual principles could be maintained even when expressed through methods that seemed to violate their conventional interpretations. The relationship between Jaisa and her daughter Kiyoshi was complicated by the circumstances that had led to the former's exile and criminal career. Their connection maintained through intermediaries and secret meetings that allowed maternal love and guidance to continue despite the physical separation and social disapproval that characterized their situation. The wisdom and skills that Jaisa was able to transmit to her daughter included not only airbending techniques but approaches to moral reasoning and practical problem solving that would prove essential for avatar duties while challenging conventional understanding of how spiritual development could occur outside traditional institutional frameworks. The complexity of Kiyoshi's heritage, combining nomad wisdom with Earth Kingdom strength and the outlaw independence that her mother's example had demonstrated, created a unique avatar whose approaches to cosmic responsibility would challenge precedents while serving universal welfare through methods that previous avatars might not have considered appropriate or effective. Her mixed background provided perspective on how different cultural traditions could be synthesized to create new approaches to ancient problems while maintaining respect for the essential insights that each tradition contributed to human understanding. The restoration of Kelsang's honor that Kiyoshi requested from the Southern Air Temple represented recognition that moral complexity required more nuanced responses than simple condemnation or approval, that exceptional circumstances could justify actions that violated normal standards, while the individuals who took such actions deserved understanding and support rather than permanent exile from the communities they had sought to protect. The ceremony that restored his name to places of honor acknowledged that heroism sometimes required sacrifices that extended beyond physical danger to encompass spiritual costs that might never be fully recovered. Monk Jimpa's service to Avatar Kyoshi as her secretary and advisor represented another form of nomad adaptation to complex moral realities. His willingness to leave temple life for active engagement with worldly affairs, demonstrating that institutional commitment could coexist with individual initiative when circumstances required forms of service that could not be provided through traditional channels. His partnership with the Avatar showed how nomad wisdom could inform practical decision-making while maintaining spiritual grounding that prevented power from corrupting those who wielded it. The example provided by these exceptional nomads who faced moral dilemmas that challenged their training while remaining true to their deepest principles created precedents and understanding that would influence their culture's approach to ethical complexity, while demonstrating that spiritual development sometimes required venturing beyond the safety of established doctrine into territories where individual conscience and wisdom were the only reliable guides. Their stories became part of air nomad oral tradition, not as cautionary tales, but as illustrations of how authentic commitment to universal welfare could lead to actions that transcended conventional categories of right and wrong, while serving purposes that honored the highest aspirations of their civilization. The integration of these complex moral examples into air nomad education provided future generations with more realistic understanding of how spiritual principles could be applied in situations where perfect solutions were not available, and where the choice was not between good and evil, but between different forms of good that could not be achieved simultaneously without compromise and sacrifice. These lessons prepared air nomads for leadership roles that might require them to make difficult decisions while maintaining the spiritual grounding that could prevent power from corrupting their judgment or motivations. As air nomad culture matured and their understanding of moral complexity deepened through the experiences of figures like Kelsang, Jeza, and others who had faced similar challenges, their philosophy evolved to encompass recognition that wisdom sometimes required accepting responsibility for consequences that no one could fully foresee or control, while maintaining commitment to serving purposes larger than individual comfort or social approval, creating frameworks for ethical decision-making that could guide future generations through the inevitable moral complexity that came with any serious attempt to make the world a better place for all its inhabitants. The twilight years of air nomad civilization unfolded during Avatar Roku's lifetime like the final movement of a symphony that had played in harmony for millennia, its familiar melodies gradually giving way to discordant notes that suggested fundamental changes approaching with the inevitability of seasonal transitions, though few among even the wisest elders fully comprehended how completely their world would be transformed by forces that were gathering strength beyond the peaceful boundaries of their mountain sanctuaries. The young man who would become the Fire Nation's most beloved avatar arrived at the Southern Air Temple as part of his traditional elemental training, his presence bringing not only the opportunity for cultural exchange that such visits typically provided, but also the beginning of friendships that would transcend political boundaries and endure beyond the limitations of individual lifetimes. The relationship that developed between Avatar Roku and Monk Gyatso during those formative months of airbending instruction represented the finest expression of air nomad educational philosophy, their connection growing from formal teacher-student interactions into genuine friendship based on mutual respect, shared humor, and complementary approaches to understanding the complexities of existence that both spiritual seekers and cosmic guardians must navigate successfully if they hope to serve purposes larger than their personal desires or ambitions. Gyatso's teaching methods, which combined rigorous technical instruction with playful experimentation and philosophical discussion, provided Roku with more than airbending skills, offering perspectives on leadership and responsibility that would influence his approach to avatar duties throughout his lifetime. The conversations that took place during their evening walks through temple gardens or quiet moments in meditation halls revealed Gyatso's extraordinary wisdom about human nature and the challenges that faced anyone who sought to maintain spiritual principles while engaging with worldly affairs that seemed designed to test and potentially corrupt even the most sincere intentions. His insights about the relationship between power and humility, between decisive action and patient understanding, between individual needs and collective welfare, provided Roku with philosophical frameworks that would prove essential for navigating the moral complexities that awaited him as he assumed his cosmic responsibilities in an increasingly unstable world. The bond that formed between these two young men during Roku's stay at the Southern Air Temple was strengthened by their shared sense of humor and mutual appreciation for the kind of gentle pranks and playful competition that made learning enjoyable while creating positive memories that could sustain friendship across years of separation and dramatically different life paths. Their air scooter races through temple courtyards and collaborative attempts to perfect new airbending techniques created experiences that demonstrated how spiritual development could incorporate joy and spontaneity without sacrificing the pregnant, serious commitment that mastery required. While their philosophical debates during quiet evening hours showed how different perspectives could enrich rather than threaten each other when approached with genuine openness and respect. The departure that eventually separated Roku from the Southern Air Temple and ended the intensive period of their daily interaction marked not conclusion, but transformation of their relationship, from immediate companionship into the kind of enduring connection that could survive physical distance and dramatically different responsibilities while maintaining the essential qualities of trust, understanding, and mutual support that had characterized their original bond. The letters they exchanged during subsequent years provided both figures with confidential outlets for sharing concerns and insights that their official positions might have made difficult to express through other channels, while their periodic reunions during avatar business or diplomatic missions created opportunities for renewing the personal connection that sustained both through the challenges they faced in their respective roles. As Roku assumed his full avatar responsibilities and began dealing with the international tensions that would define his era, Gyatso's counsel became increasingly valuable for providing air nomad perspectives on conflicts and decisions that required balancing competing interests while maintaining commitment to principles that could not be compromised without betraying everything the avatar was supposed to represent. The monk's understanding of how spiritual wisdom could be applied to practical problems without being corrupted by political considerations offered Roku guidance that complemented his other advisors while reminding him of values and approaches that might otherwise be overwhelmed by the pressures and urgencies that characterized crisis management and diplomatic negotiation. The growing awareness among air nomad elders during this period that international stability was deteriorating in ways that could threaten not only political arrangements, but the spiritual balance that their civilization had worked to maintain for centuries created internal discussions and debates that tested their traditional approaches to worldly involvement, while forcing them to confront questions about when detachment became irresponsible withdrawal, and when intervention might compromise the very principles they sought to preserve through their actions. These conversations took place in council chambers and meditation halls, where the accumulated wisdom of generations was brought to bear on problems that seemed unprecedented in their scope and complexity. The intelligence that reached the air temples through their extensive networks of travelers, traders, and diplomatic contacts painted increasingly disturbing pictures of Fire Nation. Militarization that went beyond normal defensive preparations to suggest systematic planning for aggressive expansion that could destabilize the entire international order, while threatening the kind of widespread destruction that would affect spiritual as well as material dimensions of existence. The reports of technological innovations in warfare, industrial development that prioritized military applications over civilian welfare, and political rhetoric that promoted nationalism over international cooperation created patterns that experienced observers recognized as preparation for major conflict. The debates that these revelations generated within air nomad leadership reflected the fundamental tension between their philosophical commitment to non-interference in worldly affairs and their spiritual responsibility to protect the balance and harmony that enabled all life to flourish. their traditional approaches to such dilemmas proving inadequate for addressing threats whose scale and systematic nature exceeded anything their culture had previously encountered. The elder councils that met in emergency session struggled to develop responses that could serve their protective purposes without abandoning the principles that defined their identity and mission as spiritual guardians and peaceful mediators. The decision that emerged from these extended deliberations involved unprecedented steps toward active engagement with international politics, while maintaining careful boundaries that would preserve Air Nomads' spiritual integrity and prevent their involvement from escalating tensions rather than resolving them through peaceful means. The diplomatic initiatives that they launched included both formal communications with other national leaders and informal networks of influence that could provide information, facilitate negotiations, and create opportunities for de-escalation that might not be available through conventional political channels. The most controversial aspect of these emergency measures involved the decision to reveal Aang's avatar identity 4 years earlier than traditional practice dictated. Their reasoning based on calculations that the approaching crisis would require avatar intervention sooner than normal development timelines would allow, while recognizing that premature revelation could create psychological and spiritual problems for someone who had not yet developed the emotional maturity that such knowledge typically required for successful integration into personal identity and life planning. The meeting that changed Aang's life forever took place in a ceremonial chamber whose ancient walls had witnessed countless such revelations throughout the centuries, but never under circumstances that carried such weight of urgency and foreboding about the challenges that would face this particular incarnation of the Avatar spirit. The toys that were spread before him included items that had been chosen by previous avatars across multiple lifetimes, their selection serving as verification method that had proved reliable for identifying the cosmic soul's successive incarnations, while providing concrete evidence that individual consciousness persisted beyond physical death through reincarnation processes that maintained continuity of purpose and accumulated wisdom. Gyatso's role in this ceremony reflected not only his position as Aang's primary teacher and closest adult relationship, but also his unique understanding of how avatar revelation could be managed in ways that minimize trauma while providing necessary information and support for adjustment to cosmic responsibilities that would transform every aspect of the child's future existence. His gentle approach to explaining the implications and requirements that came with avatar identity demonstrated the Air Nomad commitment to treating even cosmic figures as individuals whose emotional and psychological needs deserved respect and careful attention rather than being subordinated to abstract duties or institutional expectations. The reaction that Aang displayed upon learning his true nature was both predictable and heartbreaking, his immediate concerns focusing not on the cosmic significance of his role, but on the personal costs that such responsibility would impose on relationships and experiences that had provided meaning and happiness during his childhood years. Within the protective embrace of Air Nomad community, life, his questions about what this knowledge would mean for his friendships, his training, his ability to maintain the playful and spontaneous approach to existence that had characterized his personality, revealed the profound adjustment that would be required for integrating avatar consciousness with individual human development. The changes that occurred in Aang's social relationships following this revelation demonstrated the difficulty of maintaining normal human connections when cosmic responsibility created barriers of expectation, formality, and fear that transformed casual interactions into careful performances designed to show appropriate respect rather than genuine affection or companionship. His former playmates began treating him with the kind of reverence that made spontaneous games and friendly competition impossible, while adult community members shifted from nurturing mentors to deferential servants, whose behavior reflected their awareness of his ultimate authority rather than their continued care for his personal development and happiness. The loneliness that resulted from these social changes was perhaps more difficult for Aang to bear than the weight of cosmic responsibility itself, since air nomad culture had always emphasized community belonging and mutual support as essential foundations for individual spiritual development and psychological health. The isolation that accompanied his new status created forms of suffering that no amount of special training or philosophical instruction could fully address, while the pressure to mature more rapidly than his chronological age would normally permit created internal conflicts that affected his ability to access the playful creativity that had previously characterized his approach to airbending and spiritual practice. The intensification of Aang's training that followed his avatar revelation was intended to accelerate his development toward readiness for the challenges that the elders anticipated would soon require his intervention. But the methods employed reflected institutional panic rather than educational wisdom, their emphasis on technique acquisition over spiritual integration, creating learning experiences that were more traumatic than beneficial for someone whose natural development patterns were being disrupted by external pressures and timeline requirements. The additional practice sessions and expanded curriculum overwhelmed rather than enhanced his natural abilities, while creating associations between avatar identity and endless obligation that made acceptance of his role more difficult rather than easier. The most painful aspect of this period was the decision by the Elder Council to separate Aang from Gyatso, their reasoning based on concerns that the monk's emotional attachment to his student was interfering with the kind of objective instruction that avatar training required, while also reflecting their judgment that exposure to different teaching methods and institutional environments would provide broader preparation for the diverse challenges that cosmic responsibility would eventually present. This decision represented the culmination of institutional thinking that prioritized abstract efficiency over human relationships and emotional stability that were essential for healthy development and successful integration of cosmic consciousness with individual personality. The conversation in which Aang overheard the council's plans for his separation from the one adult who had provided consistent love and support throughout the traumatic period of adjustment to avatar identity created the final crisis that would drive him to desperate measures that seemed to offer the only escape from pressures and expectations that threatened to destroy everything about his life that had previously provided meaning and joy. The realization that even his most treasured relationship would be sacrificed to institutional demands demonstrated that avatar identity meant the complete subordination of individual needs and desires to cosmic obligations that operated without regard for personal happiness or psychological welfare. The decision to flee was not made through careful consideration of alternatives or rational analysis of consequences, but through the desperate instinct of someone whose emotional and psychological survival seemed to require escape from circumstances that had become unbearable, despite the good intentions of everyone involved in creating them. The plan, such as it was, involved nothing more sophisticated than flying away with Appa until they could find somewhere to exist without the weight of expectations and obligations that made normal childhood development impossible, while providing enough distance from air nomad community to allow natural growth and relationship formation to occur without interference from cosmic responsibilities. The departure from the Southern Air Temple occurred under cover of darkness that seemed symbolically appropriate for leaving behind everything that had previously defined identity and belonging, while the stealth that was required to avoid detection by adults who would certainly have prevented such action, demonstrated how completely trust had broken down between Aang and the institutional structures that claimed to serve his interests while consistently prioritizing abstract duties over personal welfare and emotional stability that were essential for healthy development. The flight through mountain air that had always represented freedom and joy was transformed by desperate circumstances into escape that carried none of the usual pleasure and all of the grief that came with abandoning everything familiar and secure in favor of unknown possibilities that might prove even worse than the conditions being left behind. The landmarks that had marked countless happy journeys during more peaceful times now served as reminders of innocence and security that were being lost forever through choices that seemed necessary but carried consequences that could not be fully anticipated or controlled through individual decision-making. The storm that eventually overwhelmed their escape attempt was not merely meteorological phenomenon, but manifestation of spiritual forces that had been building toward crisis throughout the period of increasing international tension and institutional pressure that had created the circumstances requiring flight from everything that should have provided protection and support for healthy development toward readiness for cosmic responsibility. The natural disaster that threatened their survival represented the convergence of personal and universal forces that could no longer be managed through conventional approaches or individual action. The moment when Aang entered the Avatar state to preserve their lives was simultaneously the end of his childhood innocence and the beginning of his preservation for future service that would occur under circumstances none of the adults who had shaped his early development could have imagined or prepared him to face successfully. The ice that formed around them was both tomb and chrysalis, ending one phase of existence while protecting the potential for transformation that would eventually enable service to purposes that transcended the immediate crisis that had made escape seem necessary. The century of preservation that followed would prove that sometimes the most desperate and apparently destructive choices could serve purposes larger than individual understanding could encompass. That personal crisis and institutional failure could become instruments of cosmic wisdom that operated according to principles beyond human planning or control, and that the boy who ran away from responsibility would eventually become the Avatar who saved the world, precisely because his flight had preserved qualities of character and spirit that institutional training might have destroyed in its well-intentioned but misguided attempts to create readiness through premature exposure to burdens that require different forms of preparation than traditional methods could provide. The comet that blazed across the sky during the summer of Aang's 100th year in ice was not merely a celestial phenomenon marking the passage of astronomical time, but the herald of destruction that would transform a world of 4 nations into a realm of 3, its crimson light, painting everything it touched with the color of blood, while enhancing firebending abilities to levels that made resistance futile and escape impossible for those who found themselves in the path of Firelord Sozin's final solution to what he perceived as the problem of air, nomad existence. The enhancement that this cosmic visitor provided to Fire Nation forces was not temporary boost in power, but multiplication of destructive capability that turned ordinary soldiers into forces of nature while transforming elite units into instruments of annihilation that could accomplish in hours what conventional armies might require months or years to achieve through sustained siege and systematic conquest. The preparation that had preceded this moment of ultimate violence had been meticulous and comprehensive. Fire Nation military planners having spent decades studying air nomad defenses, travel patterns, and seasonal behaviors to identify vulnerabilities that could be exploited when the time came for decisive action that would eliminate not just military resistance, but the entire population whose continued existence represented an obstacle to the vision of world domination that had consumed fire. Nation leadership since the death of Avatar Roku had removed the primary constraint on their imperial ambitions. The intelligence gathering that informed these preparations had been conducted through seemingly innocent commercial and diplomatic contacts that gradually accumulated detailed knowledge of temple layouts, population distribution, escape route, and defensive capabilities, without arousing suspicion among a people whose trusting nature made them vulnerable to systematic deception and betrayal. The timing of the attack was calculated to coincide with spiritual observances and seasonal gatherings that would concentrate air nomad populations at their 4 major temples rather than dispersed throughout the mountains and remote locations where small groups might escape detection and survive, to preserve their culture and bloodline for potential future resurgence. The comet's passage provided not only enhanced military capability, but also symbolic justification for actions that Fire Nation propaganda would later portray as cosmic mandate for their dominion over all other peoples, the celestial event serving as convenient evidence that the universe itself supported their imperial vision and blessed their methods of achieving unified world order under Fire Nation control. The simultaneous assault on all 4 air temples demonstrated coordination and logistical capability that exceeded anything previously attempted in the history of organized warfare. The Fire Nation military machine having developed transportation, communication, and supply systems that enabled synchronized operations across vast distances, while maintaining the element of surprise that was essential for preventing effective resistance or organized evacuation of civilian populations. The warships, airships, and ground forces that converged on air nomad sanctuaries represented the culmination of decades of military innovation and industrial development that had transformed the Fire Nation from regional power into force capable of projecting destructive capability anywhere in the world with overwhelming effectiveness. The Southern Air Temple, where young Aang had spent his childhood learning wisdom and compassion from monk Gyatso, became the scene of resistance that would be remembered long after the genocide was complete, as testimony to the courage and spiritual strength that characterized air nomad response to unprovoked aggression designed to exterminate their entire civilization. Gyatso himself, the gentle teacher whose patience and humor had shaped Aang's early development, was transformed by desperate circumstances into warrior whose final battle would demonstrate that air nomad commitment to peace did not mean weakness or unwillingness to fight, when fighting became the only means of protecting innocent lives and preserving what could be saved of their threatened culture. The chamber where Gyatso made his last stand was discovered years later by Avatar Aang, its contents telling a story of desperate heroism that had enabled one elderly monk to eliminate an entire squadron of comet-enhanced firebenders before succumbing to odds that no individual could overcome, regardless of skill, determination, or spiritual development. The skeletons that surrounded Gyatso's remains bore witness to the effectiveness of airbending techniques that had been adapted for lethal rather than defensive purposes, their positions suggesting that the monk had used his mastery of atmospheric pressure and air composition to create conditions that proved fatal to attackers, while preserving his own life, long enough to account for every enemy soldier who had violated the sanctuary where children had once played, and learned the gentle wisdom that their civilization had spent millennia developing and refining. The Northern Air Temple's unique architecture, built into mountain peaks that seemed to offer natural defensive advantages, proved inadequate against Fire Nation assault tactics that had been specifically designed to overcome such obstacles through combination of aerial bombardment and ground infiltration that neutralized the elevation benefits while trapping defenders in confined spaces where their airbending abilities could not be employed effectively. The systematic destruction of this temple's extensive libraries represented not merely collateral damage, but deliberate effort to eliminate the accumulated knowledge and wisdom that had made Air Nomad culture influential throughout the Four Nations. The burning of texts and scrolls creating intellectual and spiritual losses that could never be recovered or replaced through memory or reconstruction. The scholars and teachers who had devoted their lives to preserving Air Nomad philosophy and history fought desperately to save what they could of their irreplaceable collections. Their final acts involving frantic efforts to hide texts and artifacts in locations where they might survive the immediate destruction while remaining accessible to any future searchers who might seek to recover fragments of their lost civilization. These attempts at cultural preservation required heroic sacrifices, as elderly academics and young students alike chose to remain behind in collapsing buildings rather than abandon knowledge that they considered more valuable than their individual lives, their deaths ensuring that at least some elements of Air Nomad wisdom would survive the systematic effort to erase all traces of their existence. The Eastern Air Temple, whose isolation on its island sanctuary had once provided security through geographical barriers that made access difficult without flying mounts, became a trap that prevented escape when Fire Nation naval forces surrounded the landmass while airborne units prevented aerial evacuation of civilian populations who had gathered there for spiritual observances that were transformed into funeral rites for an entire civilization. The monks and nuns who called this place home had spent lifetimes developing meditation practices and spiritual disciplines that prepared them to face death with equanimity, but the systematic nature of the slaughter that unfolded challenged even the most advanced practitioners to maintain inner peace while witnessing the destruction of everything they had worked to preserve and protect. The Western Air Temple's unique upside-down architecture, which had once demonstrated Air Nomad ingenuity and spiritual principles through its defiance of conventional building approaches, provided multiple challenges for attackers who had to adapt their assault tactics to navigate structures that hung from cliff faces rather than rising from solid foundations. The defenders who fought among these inverted corridors and chambers used their intimate knowledge of the temple's unconventional layout to maximum advantage, creating tactical situations that favored airbending techniques while forcing Fire Nation soldiers to operate in environments that challenged their training and equipment while providing Air Nomad fighters with opportunities to employ their elemental abilities with devastating effectiveness. The final moments of Air Nomad resistance at each temple were characterized by desperate attempts to protect the youngest community members, elderly teachers, and experienced warriors sacrificing themselves to create opportunities for children and adolescents to escape through secret passages, hidden paths, and emergency evacuation routes that had been prepared for exactly such catastrophic circumstances. These sacrificial actions demonstrated that Air Nomad commitment to peace did not prevent them from fighting with extraordinary courage and effectiveness when survival of their culture and people required violent resistance to forces that offered no alternative except complete extinction. The systematic search and destroy operations that followed the initial assaults were designed to locate and eliminate any survivors who might have escaped the primary attacks. Fire Nation forces conducting methodical sweeps of surrounding territories while offering rewards for information about Air Nomad refugees and establishing checkpoints that could intercept anyone attempting to flee the genocide areas. These operations continued for months after the comet had passed and firebending abilities had returned to normal levels, demonstrating that the elimination of air nomad civilization was not emotional response to temporary military advantage, but calculated policy decision that would be pursued with bureaucratic thoroughness until its objectives were completely achieved. The cover-up activities that began immediately after the genocide involved not only removal of evidence that might document the scope and systematic nature of the killings, but active propaganda campaigns designed to justify the elimination of an entire people through claims that air nomads had been secretly preparing military action against Fire Nation interests, their peaceful reputation serving as camouflage for aggressive intentions that required preemptive response to protect Fire Nation's security and territorial integrity. These fabricated justifications were supported by forged documents and manufactured evidence that portrayed air nomad spiritual practices as dangerous cult activities, while presenting their international travel patterns as espionage, networks that threatened regional stability. The industrial efficiency with which air nomad artifacts, architectural features, and cultural symbols were destroyed or appropriated for Fire Nation purposes demonstrated the systematic nature of cultural genocide that accompanied the physical elimination of air nomad populations, their temples being stripped of anything valuable, while distinctive architectural elements were demolished to prevent future recognition of their original purposes and builders. The sky bison and flying lemurs that had been integral to air nomad culture were hunted to near extinction through organized campaigns that treated these creatures as military targets rather than innocent animals whose only crime was association with the eliminated civilization. The international response to the air nomad genocide was muted by Fire Nation diplomatic efforts to control information flow while presenting the disappearance of an entire people as voluntary withdrawal from worldly affairs rather than systematic extermination, their propaganda machine working to convince other nations that air nomads had simply chosen to retreat to even more remote locations rather than having been murdered en masse by coordinated military action. The absence of survivors who could provide first-hand testimony about what had actually occurred made it easier for other governments to accept convenient explanations rather than investigating atrocities that would have required difficult decisions about how to respond to crimes that challenged fundamental assumptions about civilized behavior and international law. The spiritual consequences of eliminating an entire civilization that had served as bridge between physical and spirit worlds created imbalances that affected not only human societies, but the broader ecosystem of consciousness and energy that connected all forms of existence throughout the world. Their deaths representing not merely demographic loss but disruption of cosmic functions that air nomads had performed through their presence and practices for thousands of years. The spirits who had maintained relationships with air nomad communities experienced grief and abandonment that manifested through environmental disruptions and atmospheric disturbances that would influence weather patterns and ecological stability for the entire century that followed the genocide. The silence that descended upon the air temple ruins after the killing was complete was more profound than mere absence of human voices, representing the elimination of philosophical perspectives and spiritual practices that had contributed essential elements to the world's intellectual and moral development, while serving as repositories of wisdom that had accumulated across millennia of dedicated study and contemplation. The loss of air nomad approaches to conflict resolution, environmental stewardship, and spiritual development created gaps in human understanding that would not be filled until their culture was eventually restored through different means and under completely changed circumstances. The rumors and legends that began circulating within years of the genocide reflected both hope and denial. among populations who could not accept that an entire civilization had been eliminated so completely and efficiently. These stories serving psychological functions that enabled people to maintain faith in fundamental goodness and justice. Despite evidence that systematic evil could triumph over innocence and wisdom through superior organization and technological capability, the persistent beliefs that some air nomads must have survived in hidden locations or remote sanctuaries provided comfort to those who needed to believe that such comprehensive destruction was impossible to achieve regardless of military advantages or bureaucratic efficiency. The environmental changes that followed the elimination of air nomad environmental stewardship became apparent gradually as ecosystems that had been carefully maintained through their spiritual practices and practical interventions began showing signs of degradation and imbalance that would accelerate throughout the century of their absence. The mountain forests, high-altitude meadows, and remote valleys where they had lived became less stable and biodiverse as natural processes that had been supported by air nomad understanding and activity proceeded without the guidance and intervention that had maintained optimal conditions for all forms of life in these fragile ecosystems. The loss of air nomad diplomatic services created international tensions and communication difficulties that would influence political relationships throughout the remaining nations, their absence eliminating neutral parties who had served as mediators and facilitators for negotiations between groups who might otherwise have struggled to find common ground or acceptable compromise solutions to their disputes. The Fire Nation's elimination of these peaceful intermediaries served their imperial ambitions by reducing other nations' ability to coordinate resistance or develop collaborative responses to Fire Nation expansion while creating conditions that made diplomatic resolution of conflicts more difficult to achieve. The psychological trauma that the genocide inflicted on survivors from other nations who had known and worked with air nomads created lasting damage to individuals and communities that had valued these relationships while depending on air nomad services and perspectives for maintaining their own cultural and spiritual development. The sudden absence of these connections, leaving gaps that could not be filled through other means or alternative relationships that might provide similar benefits and insights. The healing that such trauma required would take generations to accomplish, while never completely recovering the unique contributions that air nomad culture had made to worldwide human development and spiritual understanding. The historical revisionism that Fire Nation propaganda promoted in the decades following the genocide involved not only denial of what had actually occurred, but positive reinterpretation of air nomad elimination as beneficial development that had removed obstacles to progress and modernization, while eliminating outdated approaches to governance and social organization that had prevented more efficient utilization of resources and more effective coordination of international activities. These false narratives were supported by educational curricula and cultural productions that portrayed air nomads as primitive and backward people whose disappearance had enabled advancement of civilization rather than representing tragic loss of irreplaceable wisdom and invaluable perspectives on human potential and spiritual development. As the century of air nomad absence continued, and the world adapted to functioning without their presence and contributions, the magnitude of what had been lost gradually became apparent through accumulating problems and deficiencies that their elimination had created, while the hope for their return sustained belief in justice and restoration that would eventually be fulfilled through means that none of the genocide's planners or survivors could have anticipated during the dark years, when their complete extinction seemed permanent and irreversible, proving that some truths and some forms of consciousness are too essential to cosmic balance to be eliminated permanently, regardless of the thoroughness and efficiency with which destruction is planned and executed by those who mistake power for wisdom and conquest for achievement. The discovery that would eventually lead to the rebirth of air nomad civilization came not through careful archaeological investigation or systematic historical research, but through Avatar Aang's accidental encounter with what initially appeared to be a cruel parody of everything he held sacred, a gathering of Earth Kingdom citizens who had formed what they proudly called the Avatar Aang Fan Club in a remote village that had somehow managed to preserve fragments of air nomad culture through the century of darkness that followed the genocide. The shock of finding people wearing orange robes and attempting to mimic air nomad customs while possessing no understanding of the spiritual principles that had given those practices meaning created in Aang a reaction of revulsion so intense that his first impulse was to flee rather than confront what seemed like desecration of his people's memory by well-meaning but ignorant enthusiasts, whose efforts appeared to reduce profound wisdom to superficial costume drama. The leader of this peculiar group was an earnest young man whose dedication to preserving what he believed to be air nomad traditions was matched only by his fundamental misunderstanding of their essential nature and purpose. His attempts to recreate meditation techniques and dietary practices based on fragmentary information and second-hand accounts, resulting in rituals that bore only superficial resemblance to the authentic practices that had sustained air nomad spirituality for thousands of years. His followers displayed similar combinations of sincere intention and profound ignorance. Their efforts to honor Aang's legacy, having created a cargo cult that copied external forms, while remaining completely unaware of the internal transformation that those forms had been designed to facilitate and support. The initial conversations between Aang and these self-appointed preservers of his culture were painful exercises in diplomatic restraint, his air nomad training in patience and compassion, warring with his emotional response to seeing sacred traditions reduced to amateur theatrical performances by people whose hearts were pure, but whose understanding was so limited that their efforts seemed more likely to corrupt than preserve the knowledge they claimed to honor. The vegetarian meals they prepared bore no resemblance to air nomad cuisine except in their lack of meat, while their meditation sessions involved sitting in prescribed postures without any comprehension of the breathing techniques, mental disciplines, or philosophical foundations that had made such practices transformative rather than merely physically uncomfortable. The transformation of Aang's perspective regarding these enthusiastic amateurs began not through rational analysis but through recognition of something familiar and precious beneath their clumsy attempts to recreate what they had never directly experienced, their sincere desire to embody principles of peace, compassion, and spiritual growth, revealing qualities that had been essential to authentic air nomad culture, even when expressed through methods that bore little resemblance to traditional practices. The dedication they showed to maintaining vegetarian diets despite social pressure and practical difficulties, their commitment to daily meditation despite lack of proper instruction, their attempts to resolve conflicts through peaceful means, rather than violence or domination, demonstrated that they had grasped essential truths, even while missing important technical details. The decision to work with these eager students rather than dismissing them as hopeless imitators required Aang to overcome his initial emotional reactions while developing new approaches to cultural transmission that could bridge the gap between authentic tradition and contemporary circumstances. His teaching methods necessarily different from those that had been used within air nomad communities where cultural knowledge was absorbed gradually through immersion in established practices rather than acquired suddenly through intensive instruction designed to compensate for decades of ignorance and misunderstanding. The challenge was not merely technical but psychological. requiring him to help students unlearn incorrect habits while replacing them with authentic practices, without destroying the enthusiasm and commitment that had brought them to air nomad philosophy in the first place. The gradual development of effective teaching methods for these adult beginners required Ang to examine his own understanding of air nomad practices in ways that he had never needed to do while living within the culture. His attempts to explain techniques and principles that had been second nature since childhood, forcing him to articulate knowledge that had previously been intuitive and automatic, rather than consciously analyzed and systematically organized. This process of explanation and demonstration proved as educational for the teacher as for his students, Ang's understanding of his own heritage deepening as he worked to make it accessible to people whose backgrounds and life experiences were completely different from those that had shaped his original learning. The establishment of more formal educational structures for what were now being called air acolytes represented a significant departure from traditional air nomad approaches to spiritual development, their curriculum necessarily more systematic and accelerated than the gradual absorption of wisdom that had characterized childhood education within air nomad communities, while also requiring adaptations that acknowledged the different needs and limitations of adult students who had families, careers, and other responsibilities that prevented the kind of total immersion that monastic life had traditionally required. The balance between maintaining authentic principles and accommodating practical realities required constant adjustment and experimentation, as both teacher and students learned what worked effectively under these unprecedented circumstances. The dietary instruction that formed one pillar of air acolyte education involved not merely the adoption of vegetarian eating habits, but understanding of the ethical and spiritual principles that made such choices meaningful expressions of compassion, rather than arbitrary restrictions imposed by religious authority. The students' gradual comprehension of interconnectedness and the sanctity of all life, providing foundation for changes in behavior that went far beyond simple avoidance of meat to encompass broader awareness of how individual choices affected other beings and environmental systems. The practical challenges of maintaining vegetarian diets within communities where such practices were unusual or unsupported required development of new recipes, food preparation techniques, and social strategies that could enable sustainable lifestyle changes while building community among practitioners who shared similar values and commitments. The meditation training that air acolytes received combined traditional air nomad breathing techniques with adapted instructions that accommodated students whose minds had been shaped by lifestyles and cultural patterns that were quite different from the contemplative environment that had nurtured young air nomads, their progress necessarily slower and more irregular than would have been expected from children raised within the culture from birth, while also requiring modified approaches that could address the specific psychological patterns and emotional obstacles that adult students brought to their practice. The development of appropriate instruction methods required Ang to become not merely a teacher of technique, but a therapeutic guide who could help students overcome internal barriers that prevented effective meditation while maintaining the essential spiritual focus that distinguished authentic practice from mere relaxation exercises. The philosophical education that formed the intellectual foundation of air acolyte training involved systematic presentation of air nomad wisdom traditions in forms that could be understood and applied by people whose previous education and cultural backgrounds had not prepared them for the kind of non-dualistic thinking and paradoxical insights that characterized advanced air nomad understanding of reality and consciousness, their curriculum requiring careful sequencing that could build comprehension gradually while avoiding overwhelming students with concepts that required considerable preparation to grasp effectively. The challenge was not merely intellectual but practical. Since air nomad philosophy was never intended as abstract academic study, but rather as guidance for living that could transform daily experience and personal relationships in ways that served both individual development and collective welfare. The growth of the Air Acolyte community, from its modest beginnings as a fan club to a substantial organization capable of maintaining multiple communities and educational programs, required development of administrative structures and institutional procedures that had no precedent in traditional air nomad culture. Their expansion creating challenges related to leadership selection, resource allocation, conflict resolution, and quality control that tested the applicability of air nomad principles to organizational management under contemporary conditions. The solutions that emerged from these practical necessities involved creative adaptations of traditional approaches to consensus building and collective decision-making, while incorporating innovations that addressed problems that air nomad communities had never faced due to their different circumstances and smaller scale. The restoration of the air temples as homes for growing air acolyte communities represented massive undertakings that required not only financial resources and technical expertise, but careful balance between historical accuracy and practical functionality. The rebuilding efforts seeking to preserve essential architectural features and symbolic elements while incorporating modern conveniences and safety features that would enable comfortable habitation by people whose needs and expectations were different from those of the original inhabitants. The reconstruction process became opportunities for cultural education, as air acolytes learned about air nomad building techniques, artistic traditions, and environmental philosophies through hands-on participation in creating living spaces that honored the past while serving contemporary purposes. The establishment of Air Temple Island as a new center for air nomad cultural preservation and development represented both practical necessity and symbolic innovation. The site's location near Republic City, providing convenient access for students and visitors, while its status as purpose-built facility rather than restored historical site allowed for architectural and programmatic features that could serve modern needs without compromising historical seas. Authenticity. The design process for this new temple involved careful consideration of how traditional air nomad architectural principles could be adapted to serve educational, residential, and ceremonial functions for communities that included both dedicated monastic practitioners and lay students who maintained connections to broader society. The challenges that emerged as air acolyte communities grew larger and more diverse included questions about authenticity, authority, and adaptation that tested the boundaries between preservation and evolution, while requiring decisions about which traditional practices were essential to maintain unchanged and which could be modified to serve contemporary circumstances, without losing their essential meaning and effectiveness. The resolution of these issues required ongoing dialogue between Ang as cultural authority and air acolyte leaders who possessed practical experience with community management and contemporary social realities that he had not directly encountered during his traditional upbringing within authentic air nomad culture. The development of new traditions and practices that addressed needs specific to air acolyte communities while remaining consistent with air nomad principles created precedents for cultural evolution that acknowledged the impossibility of perfect replication while maintaining commitment to essential values and goals that had made air nomad civilization valuable to the world. The innovations that emerged from this process, demonstrating how living traditions could adapt to changed circumstances while preserving their transformative power and beneficial influence on individuals and communities who embraced their guidance, and discipline. The integration of air acolyte communities with broader society required careful navigation of relationships with neighbors, government authorities, and other religious or philosophical organizations, while maintaining independence and authenticity that could protect the integrity of their practices and teachings from external pressures that might encourage compromises or modifications that would weaken their effectiveness or distort their essential nature. The diplomatic skills that this integration required proved to be valuable training for air acolytes who would later serve as ambassadors and teachers in other locations while demonstrating the practical applications of air nomad conflict, resolution techniques, and peaceful negotiation methods. The educational outreach programs that air acolyte communities developed to share their knowledge and perspectives with interested members of the general public created opportunities for cultural influence that extended far beyond the boundaries of their residential communities while providing means for identifying and recruiting new members who demonstrated genuine commitment to air nomad principles rather than mere curiosity or temporary enthusiasm. These programs required development of teaching, methods, and presentation techniques that could communicate complex spiritual concepts to diverse audiences while maintaining accuracy and depth that would serve both educational, inspirational purposes. The preservation efforts that air acolytes undertook to document, study, and transmit the knowledge that Ang possessed about traditional air nomad culture involved systematic recording of oral traditions, technique description, philosophical teachings, and historical information that might otherwise be lost when his memory became unavailable to future generations. Their work creating archives and educational materials that could support continued cultural transmission, even if direct personal instruction became impossible. The urgency of this preservation work reflected recognition that Ang's knowledge represented irreplaceable resource, whose loss would create permanent gaps in human understanding of one of history's most advanced spiritual civilizations. The international connections that air acolyte communities developed with scholars, spiritual seekers, and cultural preservationists from other nations created networks of mutual support and intellectual exchange that enriched their understanding while providing opportunities to share air nomad wisdom with people who could benefit from its blend, insights, and practical applications. Their outreach efforts demonstrating that spiritual traditions could cross cultural boundaries while maintaining their essential integrity and transformative effectiveness when transmitted with appropriate care and authentic understanding. As the air acolyte movement matured and established itself as legitimate successor to air nomad civilization, the success of their preservation and adaptation efforts provided hope that cultural destruction, even when accomplished with systematic thoroughness, could not permanently eliminate wisdom and practices that served essential human needs and contributed to the spiritual development that remained as important for contemporary people as it had been for their ancestors who had first discovered these truths through dedicated study and practice within communities devoted to serving purposes larger than individual ambition or material success. The legacy that air acolytes created through their commitment to preserving and transmitting air nomad culture in forms adapted to contemporary circumstances demonstrated that authentic spiritual traditions possessed inherent vitality that enabled them to survive and flourish even under conditions that were completely different from those that had originally nurtured their development. Their success proving that human wisdom and compassion could transcend historical disasters and cultural destruction when people of sufficient dedication and understanding committed themselves to the patient work of preservation and transmission that required not only intellectual effort but spiritual transformation that made them worthy vessels for carrying forward the precious gifts that previous generations had developed through lifetimes of devoted service to universal welfare and enlightened understanding. The weight of being the sole heir to an entire civilization's wisdom and cultural legacy settled upon Tenzin's shoulders before he possessed the emotional maturity or intellectual sophistication necessary to understand fully what such responsibility would demand of him throughout his lifetime. His childhood shaped not merely by normal parental expectations or typical family dynamics, but by the knowledge that he represented the only hope for preserving and transmitting thousands of years of accumulated knowledge, spiritual practices, and philosophical insights that would be lost forever if he failed to master them completely and successfully pass them on to the next generation of practitioners who might never exist. If his dedication proved insufficient to the monumental task that circumstances had assigned to him. The intensity of instruction that characterized Tenzin's education from his earliest years reflected Aang's desperate awareness that time was limited and that the opportunity to transmit authentic air nomad culture to someone capable of understanding and preserving it might never come. Again, if this chance was not utilized to its maximum potential, the Avatar's approach to his son's training necessarily different from the gentle, playful methods that had characterized traditional air nomad child-rearing due to the urgency created by being the last repository of knowledge that had once been shared among thousands of practitioners who could collectively ensure its accurate preservation and continued development across generations of natural cultural evolution. The daily routines that structured Tenzin's childhood involved intensive sessions of meditation instruction, philosophical discussion, and practical training in airbending techniques that went far beyond what would normally be expected of someone his age. His father's determination to accelerate his development, creating schedules that left little time for the kind of unstructured play and spontaneous exploration that had been considered essential for healthy childhood development within traditional air nomad communities. The pressure to absorb and retain vast amounts of cultural information, while also developing the spiritual maturity necessary to understand its deeper meanings, created psychological stresses that would influence Tenzin's personality and approach to relationships throughout his adult life. The burden of cultural preservation that Tenzin carried was complicated by his awareness that his siblings, despite sharing his father's heritage and growing up within the same household, could not participate fully in the transmission process because they lacked the airbending abilities that were inseparable from many traditional practices, their exclusion creating family dynamics that were both necessary for focused instruction and painful for everyone involved in ways that highlighted how different their circumstances were from the communal approach to child rearing that had characterized traditional air nomad culture. The isolation that this created for Tenzin was particularly difficult because it separated him from the normal sibling relationships that might have provided emotional support and companionship during the challenging process of intensive cultural education. The philosophical teachings that formed the intellectual foundation of Tenzin's education required him to grapple with concepts and paradoxes that had traditionally been introduced gradually over many years of preparation within communities where multiple teachers could provide different perspectives and approaches to understanding complex spiritual truths. His accelerated exposure to advanced ideas, creating comprehension challenges that were compounded by the absence of peer discussion and collaborative learning opportunities that had once made such education more natural and effective. The weight of knowing that he might be the only person alive who truly understood certain aspects of air nomad wisdom created additional pressure to achieve perfect comprehension, while also preparing to teach others who would lack his background and preparation. The practical training in airbending techniques that occupied much of Tenzin's time involved not only mastering traditional forms and applications, but also learning to understand and explain the spiritual principles that made such techniques effective and meaningful, rather than mere physical exercise. His instruction requiring development of analytical abilities that could bridge the gap between intuitive understanding and systematic knowledge that could be transmitted to students who had not grown up immersed in air nomad culture. The challenge of learning to teach as he learned reflected the unique circumstances that made him simultaneously student and future master of traditions that he would need to adapt for transmission to people whose backgrounds and learning styles would be completely different from his own. The emotional isolation that characterized much of Tenzin's childhood was intensified by his awareness that his father's attention and affection were inevitably influenced by his role as the only possible heir to air nomad culture, creating relationships that were complicated by institutional necessity in ways that made it difficult to distinguish between personal love and functional importance in maintaining civilization continuity. The knowledge that he was valued not merely for his individual qualities, but for his cultural significance, created psychological pressures that affected his self-concept and his understanding of his place within the family and the family broader world that would depend upon his success or failure in preserving what had been entrusted to his care. The development of Tenzin's airbending abilities proceeded at an accelerated pace that reflected both natural talent and intensive instruction. His mastery of traditional techniques enabling him to receive his master's tattoos at a younger age than would have been typical under normal circumstances, while also requiring him to understand the spiritual significance and cultural context of these achievements in ways that went far beyond mere technical proficiency. The ceremony that marked his advancement to master level was both celebration of personal accomplishment and solemn recognition of the responsibilities that such status carried within the context of cultural preservation efforts that depended entirely upon his continued dedication and successful development. The adaptation of traditional air nomad practices to serve the needs of air acolyte communities required Tenzin to develop skills in cultural interpretation and modification that had never been necessary when such traditions were transmitted within established communities where their meanings and applications were well understood by all participants. His role as bridge between authentic tradition and contemporary circumstances, demanding wisdom and judgment that were typically developed through years of experience, rather than intensive study during childhood and adolescence. The decisions he would need to make about which practices could be modified and which must be preserved unchanged carried implications that would affect the authenticity and effectiveness of air nomad cultural transmission for future generations. The relationship between Tenzin and the air acolyte communities that grew up around his father's teachings involved complex negotiations between his status as heir to traditional authority and his need to learn from people whose practical experience with contemporary circumstances often exceeded his own despite their lack of authentic cultural background. Their collaborative work on preservation and adaptation efforts, teaching him diplomatic and leadership skills that had not been part of traditional air nomad education, but were essential for managing cultural transmission under the unique conditions that characterized their situation. The burden of representing air nomad interests in Republic City politics required Tenzin to develop abilities in negotiation, public speaking, and institutional management that were far removed from the contemplative and spiritual focus that had traditionally characterized air nomad preparation for leadership roles. His service on the United Republic Council, demanding that he balance cultural authenticity with practical effectiveness, while navigating political relationships that often required compromise and accommodation that could potentially conflict with air nomad principles if not handled with great care and wisdom. The personal relationships that Tenzin formed during his youth were inevitably influenced by his unique position as both the son of the Avatar and the heir to an extinct civilization. His interactions with peers complicated by the weight of expectations and responsibilities that set him apart from others his age, while also creating barriers to normal social development that might have provided relief from the pressures of cultural preservation. The friendships and romantic relationships that he eventually developed required partners who could understand and accept the demands that his role placed upon his time, attention, and emotional availability, while also providing the kind of personal support and companionship that he needed to maintain psychological health under extraordinary circumstances. The decision to marry Pema represented not only personal choice, but recognition that cultural preservation would require establishment of family structures that could support the continuation of air nomad traditions through multiple generations. Their relationship needing to accommodate both individual needs for love and companionship, and institutional requirements for creating environments where authentic cultural transmission could occur successfully. The integration of Pema into air nomad cultural preservation efforts required her to learn and adopt practices that were foreign to her background, while also contributing perspectives and skills that could enhance the effectiveness of educational and community-building activities that were essential for long-term success. The birth of their children created opportunities and challenges that tested everything Tenzin had learned about air nomad culture, while requiring him to develop new approaches to child rearing that could serve both traditional preservation goals and contemporary family needs. His role as father, complicated by the necessity of maintaining cultural authenticity while also adapting to circumstances that were completely different from those that had shaped his own upbringing. The joy of discovering that his children possessed airbending abilities was tempered by recognition that this gift also meant sharing the burden of cultural preservation rather than relieving him of sole responsibility for maintaining air nomad traditions. The establishment of new air nomad communities around the world required Tenzin to serve as both spiritual leader and practical administrator. His responsibilities, including not only cultural education and spiritual guidance, but also resource allocation, site selection, and relationship management with local authorities and populations who might not understand or appreciate the goals and methods of air nomad cultural preservation efforts. The expansion of air nomad presence beyond Air Temple Island demanded skills in organization and diplomacy that had not been part of traditional preparation for spiritual leadership, while also requiring careful attention to maintaining authenticity and effectiveness across multiple locations and diverse circumstances. The development of educational curricula that could serve both residential air acolyte communities and outreach programs for interested members of the general public required Tenzin to synthesize traditional knowledge with contemporary pedagogical methods while maintaining standards of authenticity that would preserve the transformative power of air nomad practices rather than reducing them to mere intellectual curiosities or superficial lifestyle choices. The balance between accessibility and depth in these educational efforts demanded constant evaluation and adjustment as experience revealed what worked effectively under different conditions and with different types of students. The challenges of leadership that Tenzin faced as air nomad communities grew larger and more complex included conflicts between different interpretations of traditional practices, disagreements about appropriate adaptations to contemporary circumstances, and personality conflicts among community members who brought diverse backgrounds and expectations to their participation in cultural preservation efforts. The resolution of these issues required diplomatic skills and wisdom that drew upon air nomad principles, while also acknowledging practical realities that those principles had not been designed to address within their original cultural context. The preservation of his father's legacy, while also establishing his own authority and approach to leadership, required Tenzin to navigate delicate balance between respect for Aang's accomplishments and recognition that changed circumstances might require different methods and priorities that honored traditional wisdom while serving contemporary needs more effectively. The transition from being student of tradition to interpreter and adapter of that tradition for new circumstances demanded intellectual and spiritual maturity that could maintain essential continuity while enabling necessary evolution and growth. The international responsibilities that came with representing air nomad interests in global affairs required Tenzin to serve as diplomat and cultural ambassador while maintaining the spiritual focus and personal practice that were essential for authentic leadership within his own communities. His public role demanding skills in communication and negotiation that needed to be grounded in genuine wisdom rather than mere political calculation if they were to serve the broader purposes that air nomad culture was intended to promote throughout the world. As Tenzin matured into his full responsibilities as leader of the reborn air nomad civilization, the weight of cultural preservation that had shaped his entire life began to transform from overwhelming burden into meaningful purpose that provided direction and significance for efforts that extended far beyond individual achievement to encompass service to universal values and principles that had made air nomad culture valuable to the world. His success in adapting traditional wisdom to contemporary circumstances, demonstrating that authentic spiritual traditions possessed inherent vitality that could enable them to flourish, even under conditions that were completely different from those that had originally nurtured their development, while maintaining their essential character and transformative effectiveness. The legacy that Tenzin was building through his leadership of air nomad cultural restoration efforts provided hope that the genocide that had eliminated his people had failed in its ultimate purpose of destroying the wisdom and practices that they had developed through millennia of dedicated spiritual work. His success in preserving and transmitting that heritage to new generations, proving that human consciousness and cultural achievement could survive even the most systematic attempts at destruction when people of sufficient dedication and understanding committed themselves to the patient work of preservation and renewal that required not only intellectual effort, but spiritual transformation that made them worthy vessels for carrying forward the precious gifts that previous generations had created through lifetimes of devoted service to universal welfare and enlightened understanding. The cosmic event that would transform the fate of airbending throughout the world arrived not with the dramatic fanfare that accompanied Avatar state manifestations or the terrible brilliance that had marked Sozin's comet, but through subtle shifts in spiritual energy that were barely perceptible to most inhabitants of the physical realm, their effects becoming apparent only gradually as people across all 4 nations began discovering that they possessed abilities that had been considered extinct for over a century and reserved exclusively for the tragic civilization whose elimination had left the world spiritually diminished and elementally incomplete. Harmonic convergence represented the rarest of celestial phenomena, occurring only once every 10,000 years, when the spiritual and physical worlds achieved perfect alignment that created conditions for unprecedented transfers of energy and consciousness between realms that normally remained separated by barriers that even the most advanced practitioners could but cross only with great difficulty and considerable risk. The initial manifestations of spontaneous airbending abilities were so scattered and seemingly random that no pattern was immediately apparent to casual observers. Individual cases being dismissed as hoaxes, misidentified earthbending, or psychological phenomena by authorities who lacked both the spiritual sensitivity and historical knowledge necessary to recognize that they were witnessing the miraculous restoration of elemental capabilities that had been lost to genocide rather than natural causes. The new airbenders themselves were often as confused and frightened by their unexpected abilities as the witnesses who observed their involuntary demonstrations of powers they had never sought and did not understand. Their lack of cultural context or traditional training, making their experiences more traumatic than transformative during the initial period of adjustment and discovery. Tenzin's recognition that something unprecedented was occurring throughout the world came through reports from air acolyte communities and diplomatic contacts that described incidents involving people who could manipulate air currents despite having no previous bending abilities. Their accounts initially seeming too extraordinary to be credible until the accumulating evidence made denial impossible, while creating urgent need for investigation and response that could address both the opportunities and challenges that this unexpected development would inevitably create. The realization that airbending had returned to the world after a century and a half of extinction represented fulfillment of hopes that had seemed impossible, while also creating responsibilities that no one had prepared for or possessed adequate resources to manage effectively. Avatar Korra's involvement in locating and assisting these new airbenders reflected not only her cosmic responsibilities as the bridge between worlds, but also her personal commitment to supporting Tenzin's efforts to rebuild air, nomad civilization through whatever means became available. Her unique combination of spiritual insight and practical experience, making her an ideal partner for missions that would require both diplomatic skills and elemental mastery, while navigating social and political complications that could badly affect international relationships and regional stability if not handled with appropriate care and sensitivity. The systematic search for new airbenders that Tenzin and Korra organized involved careful investigation of reported incidents, while also conducting broader surveys of populations that might include individuals whose abilities had not yet manifested or been recognized. Their efforts requiring cooperation from local authorities and community leaders who might be suspicious of outsiders, making extraordinary claims about supernatural phenomena that challenged conventional understanding of how elemental abilities were acquired and transmitted across generations. The logistics of coordinating such extensive search operations demanded resources and organizational capabilities that stretched the limits of what air nomad communities and avatar support networks could provide while maintaining their other responsibilities and commitments. The recruitment process that followed the identification of potential new airbenders proved far more challenging than either Tenzin or Korra had anticipated. Their optimistic assumptions about people's willingness to embrace extraordinary abilities being contradicted by the reality that most individuals preferred familiar circumstances and established relationships over opportunities that required abandoning their previous lives in favor of uncertain futures within communities whose values and practices were completely foreign to their experience and expectations. The resistance they encountered reflected not ingratitude or lack of vision, but natural human tendency to avoid dramatic changes that threatened existing sources of security and meaning, even when such changes might ultimately prove beneficial. The economic and social obstacles that prevented many potential recruits from accepting air nomad training included responsibilities to family members who depended upon their income and support, career obligations that could not be abandoned without causing financial hardship, and community ties that provided emotional sustenance and cultural identity that might be difficult or impossible to replace within air nomad communities that were still developing their own social structures and support systems. The reality that most people lived within webs of relationships and commitments that made dramatic lifestyle changes impractical demonstrated the difference between having extraordinary abilities and being able to utilize them for their intended purposes within appropriate cultural contexts. The cultural barriers that complicated recruitment efforts included religious beliefs and philosophical commitments that might conflict with air nomad spiritual practices, dietary restrictions that seemed extreme or unnecessary to people from different backgrounds, and lifestyle expectations that emphasize material comfort and individual autonomy over the community-oriented and ascetic approaches that characterize traditional air nomad culture. The challenge of explaining why airbending abilities carried moral and spiritual obligations that extended beyond personal benefit or entertainment required educational approaches that could communicate complex philosophical concepts to people who had never considered such questions or developed frameworks for understanding the relationship between power and responsibility. The family conflicts that arose when potential recruits expressed interest in air nomad training often involve generational disagreements about the value of traditional practices versus modern opportunities, spousal concerns about separation and lifestyle changes that could affect entire households, and parental fears about children being influenced by unfamiliar religious or philosophical teachings that might alienate them from their cultural heritage and family relationships. The emotional costs of choosing air nomad training frequently extended far beyond individual sacrifice to encompass pain and disruption for entire family systems that had not anticipated or prepared for such dramatic changes in circumstances and priorities. The discovery of airbenders who had been forcibly conscripted by Earth Queen Ho-Ting represented both humanitarian crisis and strategic opportunity, their captivity demonstrating the potential for exploitation and abuse that new airbenders faced when their abilities became known to authorities who viewed them as military assets rather than individuals deserving respect and final self-determination. The rescue mission that became necessary to liberate these prisoners required careful planning and execution that could accomplish humanitarian objectives without creating international incidents that might complicate future recruitment efforts or damage relationships with Earth Kingdom authorities who might otherwise cooperate with air nomad community building activities. The military applications that Queen Ho-Ting had envisioned for conscripted airbenders reflected fundamental misunderstanding of both the practical capabilities and spiritual foundations that made airbending effective and find meaningful. Her attempts to create conventional military units using people with no training or cultural context for their abilities, resulting in ineffective forces whose potential remained underdeveloped while their treatment as unwilling soldiers created trauma and resentment that would require extensive healing and rehabilitation before they could benefit from authentic air nomad instruction and community life. The liberation of these captive airbenders provided Tenzin and his colleagues with their first substantial group of recruits who possessed both elemental abilities and compelling reasons to embrace air nomad training as preferable alternative to their previous circumstances, their shared experience of exploitation, and their desperate need for safe refuge, creating motivation that had been absent among potential recruits who possessed comfortable lives and established support systems that made air nomad community membership seem unnecessary or unappealing despite the extraordinary nature of their newly acquired abilities. The initial attempts to provide traditional air nomad education to these rescued airbenders revealed the gap between idealistic expectations and practical realities of cultural transmission under contemporary circumstances. Tenzin's approach to instruction, reflecting assumptions about student preparation, motivation, and cultural compatibility that proved inappropriate for adults who had never been exposed to air nomad philosophy and who brought diverse backgrounds, expectations, and learning styles to educational experiences that had been designed for very different populations and circumstances. The resistance that emerged during early training sessions reflected not defiance or ingratitude, but legitimate concerns about teaching methods that seemed overly rigid and culturally specific, dietary requirements that appeared arbitrary and unnecessarily restrictive, and spiritual practices that conflicted with existing religious commitments or secular worldviews that students were unwilling to abandon in favor of philosophical frameworks they did not understand or find personally meaningful. The conflicts that developed between traditional expectations and contemporary realities required fundamental reconsideration of how air nomad culture could be transmitted authentically while remaining accessible and relevant to people whose life experiences and cultural backgrounds were completely different from those that had shaped traditional approaches to education and spiritual development. The crisis that emerged from these educational conflicts was intensified by external threats that tested the new community's ability to function effectively under pressure, while also providing opportunities for members to discover common ground and shared purposes that transcended their individual differences and disagreements about specific practices or requirements. The bison rustler attack that endangered both traditional air nomads and new recruits created circumstances where cooperation became essential for survival, while also demonstrating the practical value of airbending skills and community. Solidarity that abstract instruction had failed to communicate effectively. The collaborative response to this emergency revealed capabilities and character traits among community members that had not been apparent during peaceful training sessions, their willingness to protect each other and work together under dangerous conditions, showing that they possessed the essential qualities needed for successful air nomad community life, even when their understanding of traditional practices remained incomplete or their commitment to specific cultural requirements seemed questionable. The shared experience of danger and mutual support created bonds that proved more effective for community building than formal instruction or institutional requirements had been able to achieve. The resolution of conflicts between traditional expectations and contemporary realities required both sides to compromise and adapt. Tenzin learning to modify his teaching methods and community requirements to accommodate students whose needs and circumstances differed significantly from traditional patterns, while the new airbenders developed appreciation for principles and practices that initially seemed foreign or unnecessary, but proved valuable for both individual development and community welfare when properly understood and consistently applied. The emergence of modified air nomad traditions that maintained essential spiritual and philosophical foundations, while adapting external forms and specific practices to serve contemporary circumstances, created precedents for cultural evolution that honored the past while serving present needs. The innovations that resulted from this collaborative process demonstrating how authentic traditions could grow and develop, rather than merely being preserved unchanged from their original historical contexts. The success of these adapted communities in attracting and retaining new members while maintaining spiritual authenticity and practical effectiveness provided models for continued expansion of air nomad culture throughout regions where potential airbenders might be discovered and recruited, their experience showing that traditional wisdom could be transmitted successfully to people from diverse backgrounds, provided that transmission methods were sufficiently flexible and inclusive to accommodate different learning styles and cultural expectations without compromising essential values and goals. The network of air nomad communities that gradually developed from these initial successes created infrastructure for systematic airbender recruitment and training that could operate on international scale while maintaining quality, standards, and cultural authenticity that preserved the transformative power of traditional practices, their expansion representing practical fulfillment of hopes that had sustained air nomad cultural preservation efforts throughout the dark century when such restoration seemed impossible. The diplomatic relationships that these growing communities established with local authorities and populations demonstrated how air nomad principles could contribute to regional peace and stability, while also providing practical benefits that made their presence welcome rather than merely tolerated. Their success in building positive relationships, showing that traditional air nomad approaches to conflict resolution and community service remained relevant and effective under contemporary conditions. As the miracle of harmonic convergence continued to manifest through the lives of people who discovered within themselves abilities that connected them to an ancient tradition of wisdom and service, the restoration of airbending to the world proved to be more than simple recovery of lost elemental capabilities, representing instead the return of spiritual perspectives and practical approaches to human problems that had been desperately needed during the century of their absence, while offering hope that even the most comprehensive cultural destruction could be overcome through dedication, adaptation, and the patient work of reconstruction that honored the past while serving the needs of contemporary and future generations who would inherit the fruits of such restoration efforts. The transformation of the Air Nation from isolated communities dedicated primarily to preserving ancient traditions into active forces for global peace and stability represented one of the most significant philosophical shifts in their civilization's history. Their decision to abandon the relative safety of contemplative withdrawal in favor of direct engagement with worldly conflicts, reflecting hard-won understanding that spiritual development divorced from practical service could become selfish indulgence rather than genuine enlightenment, while also acknowledging that the world's desperate need for wise and compassionate intervention outweighed their traditional preferences for maintaining distance from political and military complications that might compromise their spiritual purity through exposure to violence and moral ambiguity. The catalyst for this dramatic change in Air Nation priorities came through their direct experience of the chaos and suffering that followed Earth Queen Hao Ting's assassination at the hands of Zahir and the Red Lotus, their witnessing of how quickly organized society could collapse into anarchy and violence when legitimate authority was suddenly removed without adequate preparation for orderly succession or effective institutional continuity, creating in them recognition that their passive approach to world affairs had become unconscionable luxury that they could no longer afford if they hoped to serve the universal welfare that their philosophy proclaimed as the highest goal of spiritual development and elemental mastery. The Earth Kingdom's descent into warlordism and regional conflict following the Queen's death provided stark demonstration of how political instability could create conditions where innocent people suffered while ambitious individuals exploited chaos to advance personal agendas through methods that violated every principle of justice and compassion that Air Nation philosophy held sacred. The reports that reached Air Nation communities of villages being terrorized by bandits and cities being controlled by corrupt strongmen, creating moral pressure that made continued withdrawal from worldly engagement seem more like cowardice than wisdom, more like abandonment of responsibility than authentic detachment from earthly concerns. The decision to transform Air Nation isolation into active peacekeeping represented collective recognition that their abilities and wisdom carried obligations that extended beyond personal spiritual development to encompass service to all beings who might benefit from their intervention, their commitment to bringing peace and balance to troubled regions, reflecting mature understanding that true spiritual achievement required engagement with the world's problems rather than escape from them, while also acknowledging that their unique combination of mobility, elemental abilities, and philosophical training made them particularly well suited for addressing conflicts that conventional military and political approaches had proven inadequate to resolve effectively. The practical challenges of implementing this new mission required Air Nation leaders to develop organizational structures and operational methods that had no precedent in their traditional culture. Their transformation from contemplative communities into mobile peacekeeping forces, demanding innovations in leadership, logistics, communication, and tactical coordination that tested their ability to adapt ancient wisdom to contemporary circumstances, while maintaining the spiritual grounding that made their intervention valuable rather than merely adding another faction to existing conflicts. The balance between effectiveness and authenticity that these adaptations required forced constant evaluation of how far they could modify traditional practices without losing their essential character and mission. The training programs that prepared Air Nation members for peacekeeping responsibilities combined traditional, spiritual, and elemental education with practical skills in conflict resolution, emergency response, and cultural sensitivity that would enable them to work effectively in diverse environments while avoiding the kind of cultural imperialism or heavy-handed intervention that could create resentment rather than gratitude among the populations they sought to serve. The curriculum that emerged from these requirements reflected recognition that successful peacekeeping required not only technical capabilities, but deep understanding of human psychology and social dynamics that could enable intervention, methods that addressed root causes rather than merely managing surface symptoms of deeper problems. The organizational challenges of coordinating peacekeeping activities across vast geographical areas while maintaining communication and mutual support among scattered teams required development of leadership structures and decision-making processes that preserved Air Nation commitment to consensus and collective wisdom, while enabling rapid response to emergency situations that might not allow time for extensive consultation and deliberation. The solutions that evolved from these practical necessities combined traditional approaches to community governance with innovations that acknowledged the unique requirements of mobile operations and crisis management that characterized their new mission and responsibilities. The first major test of Air Nation peacekeeping capabilities came in the Earth Kingdom city of Yi, where local bandits had been terrorizing the population, while corrupt officials either ignored the problem or actively collaborated with criminal elements for personal profit, creating conditions where normal citizens had no recourse through legitimate channels while suffering escalated beyond what any civilized society should tolerate. The Air Nation response to this crisis involved careful reconnaissance and planning that identified key perpetrators and institutional weaknesses, while developing intervention strategies that could restore order and legitimate governance. Without creating collateral damage or establishing precedents, for excessive use of force that might undermine their credibility as peaceful mediators. The success of this initial intervention demonstrated both the effectiveness of Air Nation methods and the complexity of challenges they would face in future peacekeeping efforts. Their ability to neutralize immediate threats while facilitating restoration of legitimate authority, proving that their approach could work under favorable circumstances, while also revealing how much additional support and follow-up would be required to address underlying problems that had made such intervention necessary in the first place. The experience taught valuable lessons about the importance of working with local partners who could maintain improvements after Air Nation forces moved on to address other crises that demanded their attention and capabilities. The expansion of peacekeeping activities throughout the Earth Kingdom revealed the scope of problems that had developed during the period of weak central authority and institutional breakdown. Their surveys of regional conditions uncovering systematic patterns of exploitation and abuse that would require sustained effort to address effectively, while also demonstrating how limited their resources were relative to the magnitude of needs they encountered in their travels throughout territories that had been abandoned by legitimate government and left to the mercy of anyone with sufficient power to impose their will on defenseless populations. The recognition that Air Nation forces were spread too thinly to address all the problems they encountered required difficult decisions about prioritization and resource allocation that tested their commitment to serving universal welfare against practical limitations that made comprehensive intervention impossible. Despite the moral arguments for helping everyone who requested their assistance, their strategic planning necessarily involving choices about which situations were most critical and which communities were most likely to benefit from limited intervention efforts that could create sustainable improvements rather than temporary relief that would disappear as soon as Air Nation attention moved elsewhere. The collaboration with Avatar Korra during the Earth Empire crisis represented the most significant test of Air Nation peacekeeping capabilities since their adoption of active intervention policies. Kuvira's systematic conquest of Earth Kingdom territories and eventual threat to Republic City, requiring coordinated response that could address both military and political dimensions of a conflict that threatened to destabilize international relationships while imposing authoritarian control over populations that deserved self-determination and democratic governance rather than efficient administration under dictatorial rule. The participation in the defense of Republic City during Kuvira's invasion provided Air Nation forces with their most challenging combat experience since the ancient genocide that had eliminated their civilization. Their engagement with Earth Empire forces requiring them to balance their commitment to non-violence with practical necessity of stopping aggression that threatened innocent lives, while also demonstrating their loyalty to the multicultural principles and democratic institutions that Republic City represented as alternatives to nationalist authoritarianism and imperial conquest. The tactical advantages that Air Nation mobility and elemental abilities provided during urban warfare were offset by the psychological difficulties of engaging in direct combat against opponents who showed no restraint in their use of violence while pursuing objectives that Air Nation philosophy found morally reprehensible. Their participants in these battles requiring extensive debriefing and spiritual counseling to process experiences that challenged their training and personal commitments, while also proving their effectiveness as protectors of innocent people who had no other means of defending themselves against technologically advanced and ruthlessly efficient military forces. The aftermath of Kuvira's defeat and the damage caused by her spirit energy weapon created new opportunities for Air Nation service that better matched their traditional skills and inclinations. Their participation in relief efforts for displaced populations allowing them to demonstrate their capabilities in humanitarian assistance, while also providing practical help that addressed immediate human needs without requiring engagement in morally ambiguous situations that might compromise their spiritual development or philosophical integrity. The establishment of permanent Air Nation presence around Republic City's new Spirit Portal represented recognition of their unique qualifications for serving as guardians and mediators between physical and spiritual worlds. Their traditional understanding of spiritual matters and their commitment to maintaining balance, making them ideal protectors for a site that required constant attention to prevent exploitation or contamination by people who lacked appropriate respect for its significance and power. The responsibilities that came with portal guardianship involved not only protecting the site from physical intrusion, but also providing educational services for visitors who sought to understand the relationship between spiritual, material dimensions of existence. Their role as teachers and guides, requiring development of new approaches to sharing Air Nation wisdom with people from diverse backgrounds who brought different levels of preparation and different motivations to their encounters with guide. Spiritual phenomena. The growth of Air Nation population through continued recruitment of new airbenders and the establishment of additional training centers around the world created opportunities for expanded service while also requiring careful attention to maintaining quality standards and cultural authenticity that preserved the essential characteristics that made their intervention valuable, rather than merely adding more participants to existing problems without providing unique capabilities or perspectives that could contribute to genuine solutions. The international recognition that Air Nation peacekeeping efforts received from grateful populations and supportive governments provided validation of their decision to abandon isolation in favor of active service, while also creating expectations and requests for assistance that exceeded their capabilities and required diplomatic skills to manage without creating disappointment or resentment among potential beneficiaries who might not understand the limitations that constrained even well-intentioned and capable organizations from providing unlimited help to everyone who needed and deserved support. The integration of peacekeeping activities with traditional spiritual practices required ongoing attention to maintaining the contemplative and philosophical foundations that gave meaning and direction to Air Nation service, while preventing their involvement in worldly affairs from corrupting their essential mission or transforming them into merely another political or military organization that happened to employ airbending techniques rather than conventional weapons and methods. The leadership development programs that prepared new generations of Air Nation peacekeepers emphasized the importance of maintaining spiritual grounding while developing practical skills that could serve diverse populations and address complex problems that required both technical competence and wisdom that could only come from sustained commitment to personal growth and ethical development that remained consistent with traditional Air Nation values and goals. As the Air Nation established itself as reliable and effective force for peace and stability throughout the world, their success in adapting ancient wisdom to contemporary challenges demonstrated that authentic spiritual traditions possessed inherent vitality that enabled them to evolve and grow, rather than merely preserving historical forms. Their achievements, proving that the highest forms of human consciousness could be applied successfully to practical problems, while maintaining the transcendent perspective that gave such applications their transformative power and lasting value for all who benefited from their service, and dedication to universal welfare that extended beyond narrow sectarian interests to encompass the well-being of all conscious beings throughout the interconnected web of existence. that sustained life and meaning throughout the cosmos. And so concludes the eternal story of the air nomads, whose legacy transcends the boundaries of any single lifetime or historical period, their wisdom flowing like the invisible currents they mastered through consciousness that could not be contained by physical form or limited by the constraints of individual existence. From their origins on lion turtle shells to their miraculous rebirth through harmonic convergence, their journey demonstrates that some truths are too fundamental to be destroyed by even the most systematic attempts at elimination, that spiritual insights and compassionate practices possess inherent power that enables them to survive and flourish even when their original carriers have been lost to tragedy and time. The air nomads' greatest teaching was never their mastery of the invisible element that carried their prayers and sustained their flight, but rather their understanding that genuine freedom comes not from escaping responsibility, but from embracing it with such complete dedication that service becomes indistinguishable from joy, that wisdom emerges not from accumulating knowledge, but from releasing attachment to everything except the eternal principles that guide consciousness toward ever greater expressions of love and understanding. As your awareness drifts toward the peaceful stillness that awaits beyond thought and worry, carry with you the air nomad's final gift, the recognition that every breath connects you to the infinite web of existence, that every moment offers opportunities for growth and service, and that the gentle path of compassion ultimately proves stronger than any force that opposes it. Their eternal spirit whispering through wind and sky that balance always returns, love always endures, and the dance between earth and heaven continues forever through those who choose wisdom over ignorance, peace over conflict, hope over despair.